minutes to also hear participants that are joining online. So thank you very much for joining us today. This is a kickoff workshop of an important initiative with led by the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network and the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA Research Institute. JICA-ORI, we're very honored to have here with us President of JICA, President Tanaka, and also Professor Sachs from SDSN. This is a 2 years initiative that aims to provide a platform for thinking about the post-2030 framework. So we have a very rich agenda for today with many experts from the UN, various groups that are also thinking about those issues, governments, and many participants. We'll also hear from a number of processes happening. Further ado, I'd like to invite President Tanaka to provide opening remarks.
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon to those around this table, and maybe good morning and good evening to some of those on the online. I'm Akihiko Tanaka, President of Japan International Cooperation Agency. It is a great pleasure and a distinct honor to be with you today. At the outset, allow me to express my sincere appreciation to SDSN and Sunway University for co-organizing this important workshop, especially, of course, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, President of SDSN, and Professor Matendiran Sangwaranaya, Pro Vice Chancellor, Sunway University. I'm also deeply grateful to all the speakers and participants joining us, both here in person and online. Particularly, Professor Phoebe Kunduri, co-chair of the Independent Group of Scientists for Global Sustainable Development Report 2027, Professor Enrico Giovannini, member of the UN High-Level Expert Group on Beyond GDP, Mr. Naveed Hanif, Assistant Secretary General in UNDESA, and Mr. Asfazam Kasbani, Director of the National SDG Center, Malaysia. I want to begin by reflecting on why this particular partnership is so crucial, particularly at this moment in time. The world looks very different today from how it did in 2015. When the Sustainable Development Goals were first adopted. We now see conflicts in many regions, regional geopolitical tensions, and increasing divisions. The spirit of international cooperation that characterized 2015 has in some ways weakened. Yet, I think the importance of the SDGs remains undiminished. Across the world, countries continue to face deep-seated and shared struggles, protecting the health of people, improving education, raising living standards, and contending with global issues, such as climate change and infectious diseases, struggles that no single nation can manage on their own. In this context, JICA remains firmly committed to working in partnership with developing countries to advance the SDGs. More fundamentally, we are committed to realizing a world that leaves no one behind, a world where every individual can live with dignity, free from fear and free from want. This reflects the principle of human security that lies at the very core of JICA's operations. Guided by this principle, JICA implements a wide range of development cooperation initiatives through 20 issue-focused strategies known collectively as what we call the JICA Global Agenda. As part of our global agenda, we mobilize resources through diverse modalities, including technical cooperation, grant aid, concessional loans, and engagement with the private sector to deliver tangible and lasting impact on the ground. Looking ahead, beginning in September of next year, the United Nations is supposed to formally initiate discussions on the international framework for sustainable development beyond 2030. JICA intends to contribute actively and constructively to this global process. To proceed effectively, good intentions alone are not enough. We must be guided by robust evidence and act on lessons learned from implementing the SDGs. The post-2030 framework must be built not only on aspirations, but also on practical experience and careful analysis. Recognizing this, the JICA-Ogata Research Institute has been advancing research on the post-2030 indicator framework since 2023. This research draws extensively on the knowledge and experience gained through JICA's field-level interventions. Today marks an important step forward in this endeavor. We are delighted to partner with SDSN in advancing our research work. Under the capable stewardship of Professor Jeffrey Sachs, SDSN has produced highly influential research and policy guidance over many years. By combining SDSN's global network and intellectual leadership with JICA's vast operational experience, I have the highest optimism for what we can achieve together. Let me now turn to the substance of our research. I would especially like to highlight what I see as three key challenges associated with the current SDG indicator framework, and some questions that the post-2030 framework must address. But first, I need to acknowledge the remarkable strides made because of the SDGs. The existing framework for sustainable development,
Welche denn?
with its 70 goals, 169 targets, and over 230 indicators, is comprehensive and represents an unprecedented global consensus. One of its most significant contributions has been to broaden the scope of development thinking. The framework has, to some extent, encouraged the policymakers, practitioners, and researchers to look beyond sectoral boundaries and consider interconnections across all 17 goals. This has been a truly important conceptual advance. At the same time, we must be forthright about the challenges we face. The first concerns how well the framework captures interlinkages among goals. In actuality, development outcomes are inherently interconnected. Health outcomes, for instance, depend not only on healthcare systems, but also on water and sanitation, infrastructure, and education. While these interdependencies are widely recognized, the current framework is largely organized along sectoral lines. This can result in fragmented approaches, with different stakeholders focusing on their respective areas without sufficient attention to cross-sectoral impacts. The post-2030 framework should therefore incorporate mechanisms that encourage more integrated and interdisciplinary approaches. The second challenge relates to the design of the indicator set itself. Here we face a fundamental tension between simplicity and comprehensiveness. While the current framework includes more than 230 indicators, the reality is that development is far more complex than any finite set of indicators can fully capture. At the same time, such a large and intricate framework poses practical difficulties. Many indicators require disaggregated data, sophisticated methodology, or substantial financial resources for data collection. Some remain experimental, and in many cases, complete data coverage is simply not feasible. These dilemmas point in different directions. Still, there may be a way, in our understanding, to reconcile them. One approach would be to establish a streamlined core set of global indicators applicable to all countries, while allowing greater flexibility for individual countries and regions to develop additional indicators tailored to their specific contexts. Although such flexibility actually already exists, it could be further strengthened in the post-2030 framework. The third challenge extends beyond designing indicators to safeguarding the broader data infrastructure that underpins the entire system of sustainable development monitoring. We recently witnessed concerning disruption involving a critical source of data for SDG monitoring. Truth be told, the withdrawal of support from the demographic and health surveys or DHS program is already having detrimental effects. This is a reminder that data systems like the DHS program constitute global public goods. Without sustainable and reliable support mechanisms, they risk disappearing altogether. Countries that depend heavily on external funding for data collection are particularly vulnerable. At the same time, we must explore innovative approaches to data. Emerging technologies offer significant promise. Satellite data, for example, can provide objective and increasingly frequent information on land use, air quality, and greenhouse gas emissions, among others. Likewise, big data and AI-generated data hold considerable potential. Of course, however, we must also remain mindful of possible biases, particularly in data derived from digital platforms and social media. Whatever approaches we pursue, the indicators we develop must be scientifically sound, reliable, and practical, while also remaining cost-effective. Balancing these requirements will not be easy, but that is exactly the sort of complication that forums like this are meant to confront. Allow me to conclude with a few remarks on the purpose of today's workshop in my understanding. This gathering has two main objectives in my mind. First, to share our joint research with a broader community of stakeholders engaged in data, statistics, and policy for sustainable development, and to build new partnerships for the future. Second, and equally important, to learn from your insights and experience. The invaluable knowledge and practical perspectives that we bring to bear are essential to advancing this collaborative research. I'm confident that today's discussions will provide us with deeply constructive guidance. In closing, I have outlined three key challenges for the post-2030 framework: capturing interlinkages, designing meaningful and practical indicators, and strengthening data systems for sustainable development monitoring. None of these challenges are simple, but this workshop brings together precisely the varied expertise needed to address them. I hope that today's discussions will be pragmatic, candid, and forward-looking, and that by joining together we can make meaningful progress toward a better future for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Jeff.
Thank you very much, Gil. Thank you for organizing this session. And Dr. Tanaka, thank you for the partnership and for being here. We're we're very honored and very grateful. And to everybody that is joining, thank you for being part of this brainstorm. Let me share my views of where we stand and what our priorities should be at this stage. We are 11 years into the SDGs and less than 4 years to go. And what we know is that on most indicators there is some progress, but on very few indicators is there the pace of achievement that was set out in 2015. On about 1/6 of the indicators, there's actually reversal, and unfortunately that involves some of the key environmental indicators, which are not only in retrogression, but potentially are in approaching irreversibility. In other words, we could really tip into extremely dangerous ecological territory very abruptly, and the planetary boundaries framework has helped us to understand the tipping points that are approaching or maybe are already underway but not yet fully apparent. So the basic overwhelming message is that not enough has been achieved since 2015, but because of underlying technological progress, peace in most parts of the world, definitely not in all places of the world, and a development orientation of most governments in the world, things are not standing still or even going backward. They are going forward, but very unevenly and unsatisfactorily. Second point is that there is very strong evidence that the basic framework of sustainable development, meaning the need to combine economic progress, as typically measured by GDP growth, with social well-being, as measured by indicators of access and distribution, with environmental sustainability, remains absolutely as strong and urgent as it was in 2015, if not far more so, because of rising inequalities and rising anxieties about those inequalities. So the basic orientation of the world's governments to sustainable development as a concept that combines economic, social, and environmental objectives remains strong. I typically visit 40 or 50 countries in a year, I would estimate, and I see no backlash against the framework anywhere other than in the United States, which is in a kind of political backlash more generally against the international system. I think no matter what the world had agreed on, the U.S. would be against it. It happens to have agreed on sustainable development, so the U.S. is against that. In other words, this is more of a temper tantrum and a focus on sustainable development specifically. But more generally, I don't see any backlash against the broad concepts or the idea of globally agreed goals or the idea of global cooperation to achieve them. There is a lot of frustration. There is worry about the viability of the United Nations, especially because the host country is assaulting the UN institutions in a number of ways or abandoning them. But again, my feeling is that there is a worldwide broad consensus on the need for multilateralism, the need for the UN Charter, the need for the UN institutions, the need for global partnership, and the need for sustainable development. So I don't see any broad movement anywhere to replace this agenda. This raises a key question, what to do when goals are still deeply subscribe to when some progress is being made, when the strength of our technologies to achieve these goals is actually dramatically stronger than even 10 years ago, because the AI revolution and the revolution in low-cost green technologies, it has been as dramatic as anything we could ever have hoped for back in 2015. So the ability actually to get this job done is greater than ever, not worse than ever. It raises the questions of what to do and how to proceed. And my view is that there are a group of issues that are especially important, but that are a dominant theme up to 2030 and after 2030 should be implementation, that this should be the focus. We should come to grips with the shortfalls of implementation, and we should focus our collective attention on how to strengthen implementation. And we should both demonstrate and hold to the view, which I very much subscribe to, that success in the emerging economies is also success for today's high-income economies. So for Japan, the success of ASEAN or the success of Africa is not a threat. It is actually one of the great impulses for progress. And I think that this is generally true. The idea that there is some kind of zero-sum struggle in the world and that the success of others is either irrelevant or inimical to one's own country's success is wrong. At an economic level, of course, at a moral level, I would say it's wholly wrong because morality teaches us help even at a cost. But this is help at a gain. So I believe that there is no case whatsoever for abandoning the ideas of development cooperation, but the question is how to make them most effective. So what are the problems today in implementation? First, this is not a simple agenda. This is not doing one or two things and correcting a problem. We've had big crises that actually had relatively straightforward solutions once we landed on them, like the chlorofluorocarbons and ozone depletion. That turned out to be substituting one class of chemicals with another class of chemicals that was closely related. It actually was adopted when the single company that dominated Dow Chemical went from CFCs to HFCs. Then they said, buy our new product. You could get out of the old product. But that was saving the planet with one device. Taking lead out of gasoline was a global success story because it was a technological fix. The challenges that we're facing are bigger than a single technological fix. They go to the institutional as well as the technological operations of our countries. To move to a zero carbon energy system is not simple. The fossil fuel-based energy system was built up over 150 years, and it will take 50 years to move beyond it. And it's not just the legacy and lobbying effect, it's the complexity of what to do, how to do it, how the new technologies will work, amplified by the fact that the technologies are changing rapidly. So every time you think you know what you want to do, a better technology comes along and you say, well, maybe I'll wait for even better technology to come along. So the complexity is very real. We have identified 6 basic transformations that are needed. In brief, mass quality education is the first. That involves technological changes as well as social changes. Second is healthcare and healthy lives, which goes all the way from nutrition to lifestyle to environmental health to healthcare in its more narrow sense. The third is green energy and industry, which is a suite of technologies, especially green electrification and electrification of transport and industry, plus hydrogen economy, green hydrogen. The fourth is sustainable land use and agriculture, which is, again, a large suite of complex changes with many stakeholders, tens of millions at least. Also dietary changes, so different production systems. But land use is very controversial, of course, but needs a significant change because we're on a path of mass deforestation, destruction of fisheries, disappearance of wetlands, and so forth. The fifth area is the future of cities, because we will add another 2 billion people to cities in the next 30 years, almost all in Asia and Africa. And many of these are cities that are hardly functioning right now because they lack the urban infrastructure, and or they lack the social infrastructure. We were in Singapore a couple of days ago. It's quite remarkable. 80% of that country's housing is social housing. This is, of course, a unique feature of Singapore, but it's astounding. In some places, there's almost no social housing. They're just slums. So that's the fifth area. And the sixth area is the digital transformation. And I would say now the digital and AI transformation. If there were to be any new goals added to the 17, the only one that I would recommend would be an 18th goal on AI, because it's so pervasive, so transformative, so deep, so much in need of governance control. It's so difficult, so challenging, that I think there's a legitimate case for an 18th goal. If we could get rid of the box in the lower right-hand corner of the diagram and just, instead of saying SDGs, it would say artificial intelligence. So it fits the diagram. You don't have to change anything more. It would be 6 by 3. It would all be much easier than 17. The only other thing in the world that has 17, by the way, other than the SDGs, is the locust cycle, which is a 17-year cycle for certain locusts, also because it's a prime number, and so it escapes an evolutionary fix, apparently, or so I'm told. So basically, 6 big transformations, and these require planning, because everyone is part public and part private. Everyone is a public-private interface. Every system has public infrastructure and private ownership. And this is complex. I vote for the return of MITI in a very big way. I vote for the United States to have a MITI, which we never have had. We need planning now because the issues require planning. And we've tried to do this without planning on market basis, and markets are powerful instruments, but they're not sufficient. So first point I would make is this is complex. One way that we can simplify the complexity is not to imagine that the agenda is less difficult, but we could dramatically simplify the number of indicators that we're using for metrics. And of course, this is how we first started speaking with Dr. Santo about this. And for us, we showed the 17 indicators rather than 150 capture in rank order correlation over 0.9 of having the full suite. If you put life expectancy for SDG 3 or high school completion rate for SDG 4, you capture almost everything you need to capture. It's nice to have 10 or 20 indicators to look at, study, to refine, but we could simplify tremendously the monitoring part. But I think public investment side shouldn't be simplified, it should be elaborated. And it's not elaborated now. Most governments don't do this or don't know how to do this. And I think it's an area of major focus. The second major focus that I would argue for is regional cooperation. cooperation as being much more important than we typically ascribe in how we discuss these issues, because we're very much a nation-state-based world governance structure. The UN is member states. The IMF is member states. The World Bank lends to member states, not to regions. But ASEAN as a region needs to move forward. The African Union as a union needs to move forward. My leading principle of economics, I call it my Sax's Law #1, is be nice to your neighbor and have them be nice to you, because this is how real economics is done, is in the neighborhood. So this is something that I think we should emphasize more institutionally, organizationally. We should do things at a regional level. We should make plans at a regional level. We should finance at a regional level. In other words, ASEAN needs an interconnected grid. Maybe it's a special purpose vehicle that has all the governments as stakeholders. So you create an ownership system that is a joint ownership system of 11 governments to own the grid, not simply bilateral negotiations. But without going into any particular case, the regionalization, I think, is extremely important. The last point of implementation, I believe, that is essential is the global financial architecture. And there's a basic point. For perhaps as much as 60% of the world population, access to finance is not the major issue, because the large countries generally are creditworthy. Maybe they could improve their ratings a few notches, but generally they can finance this agenda. But for maybe 40% of the population and maybe 60% by count of country, or even 70% by count of country, countries are not creditworthy in the literal sense. They're below the investment grade. There's no way to tell them, just go out to the credit markets to solve your problem. They can't. And our official finance is inadequate, hugely inadequate. And there have been a dozen major studies of the inadequacy of the official financing. There are many solutions to this, I believe. I don't think we have a shortage of global saving. Global saving is on the order of $30 trillion a year. There's a lot of surplus saving. Japan remains a high saving country. China remains a high saving country. There's lots of saving in Asia. There are ways to raise saving, provident funds and so forth, I think are very useful institutional ways to do this. But the money doesn't get channeled to the poorer countries. And there are two arguments, and I'll be brief and just end here. One is that that is intrinsic risk, and these are just riskier countries. And the IMF follows that line and tells these countries basically don't borrow. I have a different view, which is that there are many kinds of risks, but they're not intrinsic to development itself. There's currency risk. You're borrowing foreign currency, typically in the US dollar. If the US likes you, it'll give you an emergency loan. If the US doesn't like you, it will cut you off at the neck and provoke a financial crisis. So there are currency risks, political risks, but generally I believe development is a high return activity, and that if countries are enabled to keep peace, if they have a good plan, if they can work with their neighbors, if they can get 30-year loans, they should borrow a lot more than they're borrowing right now, because the returns to having electricity or a high school education or a highway or a rail or a port are very high, and they're much higher than the cost of capital. So my view is we should be encouraging long-term finance. It can be market-based. It doesn't have to be ODA as traditionally defined, but we need to go into the next phase, not like we did this time, with a nice set of goals, but with the deliberate intention. These investments will be financed. This is what the partnership is. We will find long-term financing to enable the major transformations to take place. So I'll just end by saying, I'm an inveterate optimist. I don't view the world economic situation as even fragmented, to put it that way. I regard one country as having a temper tantrum, behaves like a child. It throws things around. Unfortunately, they're bombs rather than toys. But for the most of the rest of the world, there is an intention to move on in a serious way with this agenda. And the technologies are superb. The ability to make major transformations is remarkable. Our tools are better than ever. I think JICA can play a huge role. And I'll just end by saying Japan played a huge role in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s in this region, for example. ASEAN cannot even remotely be what it is today if Japan had not made outward investments in Malaysia, in Thailand, in Indonesia, and transformed this region. It taught the rest of the world, including Singapore, including Hong Kong, and then including China, how do you grow rapidly? Because it was the Ogata income doubling decade that showed how to actually do this. But that was just copied from the Meiji Restoration. So Japan invented rapid growth, by the way. And my point is this was hugely beneficial for the Japanese economy. And so if anyone asks, is JICA good for Japan? I would say hugely good for Japan, not only historically, but going forward, because it's the major impetus for green growth for the next 30 years. And the more one is engaged in that, the more the returns will be. So I'll stop there.
Thanks for being with us. You both have obligations and will have to leave us, but thank you very much again. I'm very honored to have you here. We will continue with the next steps on the agenda. We'll hear in a second Professor Phoebe Konduri, co-chair of the 2027 UN Independent Group of Scientists for Global Sustainable Development Report. I believe my colleagues will escort you either by photo also. So Phoebe, get ready. We'll get to you in just a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just 30 seconds, Phoebe.
Of course.
We will move on to the next part of the workshop for today. We will hear from Professor Phoebe Konduri, and then I will provide a brief introduction and share a bit more perhaps background on each of the different parts for today's meeting. Sorry, yes?
Just a logistical announcement. We've been able to set up event Wi-Fi for everybody to join who's not from Sunway UK. People label event in lower cases. You should find it on your Wi-Fi list. Thank you. Go ahead.
Very good. Thank you, Jeremy. So Phoebe, the floor is yours, and then I will provide a little bit of background about the rest of the workshop for today. Phoebe, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Guillaume. Thank you to SDSN, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, and all of SDSN's partners around the world for really leading the implementation of the agenda on the SDGs. Can you see my slides? Because I think it will help.
Yes, we can see Phoebe.
Excellent. So I've been working for almost 30 years on systems transformations. And what is important to understand is something that was indicated by both Professor Sachs and the opening speech, that in order to really implement the SDGs, a very holistic framework, we need to understand the interaction between nature, economy, and society, and build on that understanding transformation pathways that will lead us to achieving the agenda. I've been working with SDSN framework for more than a decade now, and I'm chairing the Sustainable Development Solutions Network Global Climate Hub, where we exactly work on these systems transformations. And a year or so ago, I've been appointed by the UN General Secretary to co-chair the United Nations Global Sustainable Development Report. So I will briefly introduce you to this report, what are our thoughts about this report, and you will find that lots of the things that have been said now, lots of the things that have been written in the SDSN global report that was launched a few months ago, maybe less than a month, are very consistent with what will be in this global sustainable report. Okay, so what is this global sustainable development report of the UN? This is the flagship scientific assessment of the UN on the progress on global sustainable development. The job is to synthesize state-of-the-art evidence from natural and social sciences from all regions of the world and understand the progress that has been achieved with regards to implementing 2030 agenda, and also how this progress can be further enabled. The report is prepared every 4 years by an independent group of scientists appointed by the UN General Secretary, and is a report that is formally requested, officially requested by all UN member states, and will be one of the main documents for the deliberations of the summit on SDGs that will take place in 2027 in September. This is the group of scientists. I am co-chairing the report with Adeduana Dekelek. And let me also give you the history of this report, very important. 2 reports before our report, 2019, we focus on synergies and trade-offs, understanding the interplay and interlinkages between the goals and targets. 2023 was about acceleration, the S-curve, the so-called S-curve, where we discuss emergence, acceleration, and stabilization of changes that can support the implementation of the SDGs. And 2027 report is about transformation and implementation, overcoming systemic barriers to integration, building continuity of frameworks, focusing on introducing frameworks and structures and implementation capacity that tackles inequalities and it reinforces accountability. And of course, one basic element of this report that makes it probably the most important of the three that are on the cards now is that we are looking at the Beyond 2030 framework, because 2027, the report will be launched. There will be no other report before the 2030 deadline. So this report will provide also recommendation for the Beyond 2030. Let me also tell you that as a global SDR scientific group, we have done a lot of regional consultations in the Asia Pacific region, in the European region, in many countries across the world. We've launched an open call for stakeholder inputs. There is a summary report, priority issues that have been identified in these open calls that we receive hundreds and hundreds of inputs. Is that very important climate, energy, food, water, biodiversity nexus, and how we implement this nexus on the ground, digital and AI transformation, sustainable finance, education, institutional fragmentation has to be overcome, strengthening data systems, transforming towards a circular economy, tackling structural inequalities, local action and community integration, stakeholder engagement, and of course the climate health equity nexus, which all of them have been mentioned by Professor Sachs already. So these were the results from the global consultation that we did. With regards to our report, the emerging focus areas are understanding pressures, boundaries, conflict, rapid technological shifts, structural inequality, shape sustainable development pathways. So we need to tackle these pressures, understand and tackle these pressures in order to accelerate implementation. Second focus area, reducing inequality and advancing justice, protecting the biosphere as enabling infrastructure, overcoming barriers to integrated action, accountability, and the Beyond 2030 agenda. This is our focus areas. Now, the narrative is positive. Again, as it has already been introduced in this workshop, the SDGs represent a science-based, human-centered, and comprehensive framework for transformation towards sustainable development. A lot has been achieved. 196 countries signed, 193 submitted VNRs. Major transformations of frameworks, policy frameworks, has been done already in order to align with the SDGs, and we have about 20% of implementation across the globe. Our major challenge, and as we see it in the Global Sustainable Report, and as we see it in the SDSN Global Climate Hub, and as we see it in my research group and framework, IFORIA, is that while the SDGs provide direction, and while the SDGs do not really face any significant backlash other than what is happening in the US, there is no robust structure explicitly tasked with driving their implementation at scale. So one idea that we work intensively on, and it will be part of the global SDR, is that we need operational global commons for creating capacity, transparency, accountability, and ensuring effective, fair coordination to deliver SDGs on the ground. And here are 3 steps to achieve that. The first step is, of course, continuous measurement, monitoring, and assessment. And we have a lot of measurement and monitoring frameworks. SDSN is suggesting simplification, and probably that is one good way to accelerate implementation. Implementation that recognizes the complexity, the science hectic, data hectic nature of SDGs, but also enables countries and companies and communities and international frameworks and the multilateral community to implement easier, faster, and without major capacity building needs that are immediate. So the first step is measurement and continuous monitoring.
1 minute, please. Just if you
Yes,
can.
the second step is creating this digital twin that it can be a digital or not digital twin. In Global Climate Hub, we have it as digital, and is where we create system science transformations that are continuously validated and co-designed with stakeholders. And here we have modeling that captures nature, human infrastructure, economy, and society. And what we try to do in this integrated modeling is to close the gap between where we are, which we measured in step 1, to where we want to go in an approach that is really systemic. And step 3 is investment portfolio, public and private finance, equity and accountability that will allow us to finance the pathways that derive from the digital twin. If you want to see the platform, it's an open access platform from SDSN Global Climate Hub that gathers the data, the modeling, that integrates stakeholder participation, that creates the pathways. And importantly, these pathways, and I'm sure Professor Giovannini will refer to this, these are beyond GDP pathways. These are pathways that do not only measure flows of productions like we do in GDP, but they also measure the accumulation and preservation of comprehensive wealth in terms of produced capital, but also human capital, social capital, institutional capital, and natural capital. And at the end of the day, allow us to sustain what supports human well-being. So in all this process, equity, fairness, inclusion, capacity building, accountability, and transparency is very important. And in the global SDR, as well as the SDSN Global Climate Hub, we have each step formulated in a way that can support equity, fairness, inclusion, capacity building, accountability, and transparency. In closing, let me remind that this is an iterative process, always stakeholder involving. And finally, in the last 30 seconds, let me give you the Beyond 2030 recommendations. Protect the foundations of transformation, peace, human rights, and regenerative resilience. Move from goals to integrated pathways, as we talk with the digital global common that I gave you before. Open access with capacity building digital global commons. Preserve continuity without stagnation. Avoid 2030 cliff edge. Retain the universal and integrated and right-based framework. Institutionalize science-based solution pathways. We have so much on these transformation pathways that is being ignored by the governments at the moment. We need to institutionalize all this work that derives from scientific effort, which scientific effort is paid by the taxpayers in the most part of it. So we need to institutionalize results, repeat fiscal space, and redirect finance in ways that Professor Sachs indicated to make justice and planetary integrity design criteria of the transformation pathways, govern frontier technologies in the public interest, referring to AI, of course, and the immense increase in data and digital infrastructures, and lastly, make accountability trigger correction. Our timeline, we are now continuing drafting the report. The report is going on the 4th of September for peer review. The peer review is under the auspices of the International Science Council. Between September and December 2026, we continue regional consultations. January 2027, we give the advanced draft to the member states, and March 2027, we have a final advanced unedited version circulated to member states, and finally, we launch the report of the SDG Summit in September 27. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This concludes the opening part for today's workshop. We had the opening remarks from President Tanaka, also from Professor Jeff Sachs, and now from PB. We thought it was important to have also Professor Konduri here with us because, of course, the GSDR process is a very important process. As a reminder, in 2015, when the goals were adopted, there was, of course, in parallel, a negotiation for the official indicator framework. There was a system of voluntary national review that was set. Every year, countries present their action plans, their progress at the UN. And then every 4 years, there was also this idea that there will be a meeting at heads of state level, a summit. The next one is happening in 2027. And in the context of that summit, a group of scientists is always appointed by the UN Secretary General to provide an update about where we are standing on this agenda. And so Professor Konduri here is playing a very important role because she is the co-chair of this group of scientists that will provide an update in 2027 to the UN Secretary General. This is also important, as Professor Konduri mentioned, because this is the official kickstart for the negotiations of the Post-2030 agenda. So again, thank you so much to everyone here on site, also online, for joining us today for this workshop. This is a workshop about the Post-2030 indicator framework, which is, of course, part of the broader landscape of how of implementation mechanisms, having strong monitoring frameworks around this. We are very grateful to the Japan International Cooperation Agency, the ORI, Ogata Research Institute in particular, for being here with us at Samui University, and in particular Dr. Sato here that has done a lot of research on the topic, and that was actually the starting point for this project, is the research done at JICA-ORI. Also, we were honored to have President Tanaka a second ago with us today. For those that don't know me, I'm Guillaume Lafortune. I'm the Vice President of the SDSN, also now heading the Asia office here. The purpose of this 2-year collaboration between SDSN and JICA is to collect global insights on basically the past 10 years, how things have worked in terms of indicator frameworks, in terms of monitoring system at the global level, at the national level as well. And the idea, by taking stock of what has happened, is also to come up with recommendations for the next era of sustainable development. We will do this in different ways. So we're going to organize a number of dialogues. So this is the kickoff workshop. Over the next 2 years, we will organize a number of thematic and regional dialogues also to understand specific issues and areas, including on how to harness technologies, but also perhaps regional conversations for specific challenges in different parts of the world around data and monitoring. So this is one aspect. We will also conduct a survey. So we will survey the providers of data, but also the users of data to understand what has worked well and what has worked less well over the past couple of years and identify a way forward as well. Of course, at JICA, ORI, and also at SDSN, there are great research capacities also within this group here of experts and practitioners. So we will also do analytical work, and all of this work will feed into a final report which will include recommendations addressed to the UN Secretary General. This is drawing upon basically what SDSN has done before the SDGs were adopted, where we had a report at SDSN called Launching a Data Revolution, which was also already before the adoption of the SDGs, identify some priorities for the global indicator framework, which was actually behind also the methods and the metrics used in the Sustainable Development Report, which we've been producing annually at the SDSN. There are 3 blocks for today and for this cooperation. The first block is around data availability, understanding the persisting gaps in data availability, and how to better leverage also new technologies. This is one block, and this will be the first part of the discussion today. The second block, which is very important and was highlighted both by President Tanaka and Professor Sachs in their opening remarks, is how to simplify the indicator framework. There are more than 240 official indicators. Many monitoring instruments use more than 100 indicators. I think for governments, this is hard to digest. And so one question is, are there ways to simplify the indicator framework, which will be the second block of our discussion today. And finally, the third block is on strengthening the overall, let's say, accountability architecture at all levels, global, continental, national, and local level, including a discussion, and we'll have experts here with us today that were part of the discussion in before 2015 about how to build the accountability and the monitoring frameworks behind the SDGs, but also people that have been looking at the VNR process, for instance, and perhaps how to strengthen also those processes internationally that aim to have regular monitoring at regular intervals of the progress that are being done. So without further ado, we'll move to the first part of our discussion today. We are already behind schedule, so I'll need to be strict. I'm sorry to all the speakers, but I'll have to be strict in terms of timing. We'll aim to have a crisp 5 minutes intervention from speakers because we also want to leave room for some discussion here around the table, but also with speakers online. We have a very rich agenda, and so we will move first. We're privileged to have the Assistant Undersecretary General for UN DESA, the Department of Economic and Social Affairs, that has shared his thoughts via a recorded video. So we'll listen to this, and then we will move right away to Professor Huadong, who is Director General for International Research Center of Big Data for SDGs. Again, this first part of the discussion will aim to focus on the global indicator framework, the data gaps, but also how to harness new technologies. So first we will show the video, and then we will move right away to Professor Huadong for his intervention.
Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, let me begin by thanking JICA, ORI, SDSN, Dr. Tanaka, and Professor Sachs for launching this important partnership. It comes at the right time. As we look beyond 2030, the question is not simply how to simplify indicator frameworks. The bigger question is how to ensure they remain scientifically credible, statistically robust, and relevant for policy making. A decade of SDG monitoring offers valuable lessons. We now have enough experience to see what has worked, what has not, and what should guide the next generation of global monitoring. I would like to begin with successes. The SDG indicator framework is one of the most significant achievements of the global statistical community in decades. What began as an ambitious vision has become a shared global data infrastructure. It provides a common language for measuring sustainable development and a trusted evidence base for policy and accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, the progress is remarkable. The global SDG database has expanded from 115 indicators in 2016 to all 233 indicators today. It now contains more than 3 million data records, 10 times more than a decade ago. Every indicator has an internationally agreed methodology. When the framework was adopted, nearly 40% had none. National statistical systems have also become stronger. Countries have improved coordination across institutions, expanded data sharing, invested in administrative and geospatial data, and increased reporting capacity. Today, almost 70% of SDG indicators have good country coverage, more than double the share 10 years ago. These are indeed major achievements, but they also reveal important lessons. Let me share a few with you. First, ambition must be matched by investment. Monitoring more than 230 indicators has stretched national statistical systems. Many indicators remain difficult to measure consistently, while financing has not kept pace with the growing demands placed on statistical systems. Second, data gaps persist. Coverage is relatively strong for health, water, and energy. It remains much weaker for gender equality, sustainable cities, climate action, and peace and justice. Disaggregated data also continues to lag, making it harder to identify who is being left behind. Finally, data is still underused. Too often, statistical systems remain disconnected from planning and budgeting processes. Better data does not automatically lead to better policy. These lessons point to a broader conclusion. Building indicator frameworks is not only a statistical exercise, it is also a scientific one. Statistics tell us whether we are making progress. Science helps us determine what should be measured, explains interactions across economic, social, and environmental systems, and identifies emerging risks before they become crises. Ladies and gentlemen, as development challenges become more interconnected, from climate change and biodiversity loss to demographic shifts and technological transformation, we definitely need stronger collaboration between statisticians and the scientific community from the very beginning. The United Nations already has strong foundations to build on. The 10-member group under the Technology Facilitation Mechanism, the independent group of scientists through the Global Sustainable Development Report, and the annual STI Forum all bring together world-class scientific expertise. Their work should be more closely connected with the global statistical community as we shape monitoring beyond 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, the next generation of indicators should be simpler where possible, but never simpler than the evidence allows. They must remain rigorous, policy relevant, and forward-looking. These lessons should inform preparations for the 2027 SDG Summit and the broader discussion on sustainable development beyond 2030. Let me assure you, DESA stands ready to support member states and stakeholders by bringing together statistics, science, and policy to build a stronger foundation for the future. I look forward to today's discussion and to the ideas this partnership will generate. Thank you again for the opportunity to be with you virtually and wishing you a very successful meeting. Thank you.
We're very grateful to Mr. Navid Hanif, again, Assistant Undersecretary General at UN DESA, for sharing also his perspective. This is the custodian agency, of course, in charge of the global indicator framework. So we heard some improvements, but also persisting gaps as well in the official indicator framework. And in the next intervention, we will hear from speakers that come from different perspectives, but that can help us understand how alternative data sources and new technologies could help us in the coming years also bridge and fill some of the data gaps. We'll start first from Professor Huadong Guo on big data for SDGs, joining us from China online. We'll then move to Dr. Simona Marinescu, Chief Executive Officer of the International Data Center Authority, who hopefully can also share her perspective specifically on the challenges faced by small islands, developing states. Those are among the countries that face the most significant data gaps in terms of availability of SDG indicators. We'll then move to Dr. Takahiro Otsuka, from Senior Research Fellow from the Japan International Cooperation Agency, ORI, specifically on citizen-generated data opportunities. And then we'll move also to a very important topic, and we'll hear from Prof. Arunima Malik from Sydney University, someone we've been working extensively with over the past couple of years, specifically on the issue of tracking not only the indicators that matter for domestic SDG implementation, but also making sure we have indicators that also track those negative impacts that might be generated abroad, the so-called international spillover effects. By implementing the SDGs, countries can also outsource negative impacts abroad, including deforestation or CO2 emissions. And Prof. Malik has been at the forefront of a lot of work on this issue, notably using input-output tables and extended so-called MRIO tables. So first, we're moving to Professor Huadong Guo, Director General of the International Research Center of Big Data for SDG from China. Professor, the floor is yours. And again, I'll be grateful if we can have 5 minutes intervention, so that for each block we can also open the floor for comment and question. Professor, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I want to use the PPT talk something about the data challenge and the big data solutions. Actually, should say something about from data gaps to actionable evidence for the post-2030 agenda. Really, my message is simple. Let's say the big data can move us from incomplete and delayed reporting toward more timely, especially accurate and actionable evidence for the post-2030 agenda. I will make 4 points. The main data challenge, the capabilities offered by big data, how credible evidence can be generated, and what these lessons may imply for the post-2030 indicator framework. Despite the important progress, 4 challenges remain. Many indicators still lack consistent and comparable data, especially in data-poor regions. Reporting is often too infrequent and to capture rapid change and shock. National average can hide major differences among cities, communities, bases, and vulnerable groups. Statistical observation and ground-based data also remain fragmented. As a result, we may know that progress is slow, but not always where the gaps are, who is affected, or why progress is falling behind. Official statistics remain the foundation of SDG monitoring. They provide authority, standardized definitions, and national ownership. Big data should therefore complement, not replace official statistics. Its role is to extend coverage, increase update frequency, provide finer spatial detail, and offer additional validation. The strongest system is one in which official statistics and a new data source reinforce each other. So big data offers 4 capabilities, we can say. It can broad coverage to remote, cross-border, and data-poor areas, increase monitoring frequency from annual to seasonal, monthly, or near real-time observation, reveal differences at the level of cities, basins, grids, and hotspots, and connect environmental change with human activity by combining Earth observation, geospatial data, statistics, and socio-economic data, AI, and models. Big data is not simply more data. It enables more continuous, spatially accurate, and integrated monitoring. However, data value alone doesn't create the credible evidence. We need the traceable chain from the observation to decision. Diverse observations must first be harmonized and quality controlled. They can then be transformed into wearable indicators and evidence about trend, cabs, hotspots, and drivers. Only then can they effectively support policy and resource allocation across the chain. Common standards, transparency, validation, traceability, and uncertainty assessment are essential. This requires a complete monitoring system, not a single database or model. It should integrate multi-data sources using AI to extract key information, ensure standards and interoperability, validate results, and quantify uncertainty, and deliver open and reusable data products, models, tools, and services. The solution is therefore a full chain of data, algorithms, standards, validation, and service. So I'm from CBAS. At CBAS, we are developing this approach through big data, Earth data for the SDGs. We combine satellite observations, in-situ networks, open data, models, and analytics. This supports global and national monitoring, especially accurate indicator products, and shift from status assessment toward diagnosis, scenario analysis, and decision support. Our goal is to make invisible gaps visible and turn global goals into location-specific evidence. Since the 2019, CBAS has already published annual report series on big data, big Earth data in support of SDGs. The series has produced more than 20 data products, more than 100 methodologies, and 165 decision recommendations. These outputs cover food, water, cities, climate risk, and ecosystem, showing how digital evidence can support both global assessment and practical decisions. The evidence also shows how far we still have to go. Among the 18 SDG indicators, like the gentleman mentioned about that, with the highest spatial heterogeneity assessment in the global report, only one was on track for 2030. This is not only a warning, it also shows the value of timely and spatially accurate monitoring. It can identify both whether progress is off track and where priority action is needed. So let me conclude with three implications. The first, the post-2030 framework should focus on concise set of globally comparable and policy-relevant core indicators. Second, these indicators should be supported by a trustworthy digital monitoring and evidence system. Third, countries should have room to adopt the indicator to national priorities while maintaining clear link to the global core. This is the initial concept, but it may help balance global comparability with national relevance. The post-2030 agenda doesn't simply need more indicators. It needs better data, stronger digital evidence, and more actionable monitoring. So based on that, we CBAS just last year launched the program we called the Digital Sustainable Development Goal Program. In short, it's DSP. So the DSP is designed to help build this capability, what I mentioned above. It aims to stress the official SDG indicator framework through digital evidence, especially for data poor and priority areas. DSP will provide an open platform for the global co-development of data, models, demonstrators, capacity, and digital public goods. We welcome international partners to build this capability together. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Guo. Very important messages on the use of big data. And we will now move to, and again, we will take comments and questions at the end of each session. We'll now move to Dr. Simona Marinescu. Simona, it would be great if you could speak. Of course, you're the former UN resident coordinator for Samoa, Cook Islands, UN Tokelau. You are currently working at the IDCA. So if you could combine both the technology aspect, but if you could say a word, Simona, specifically about the small islands, developing states. We know there are major challenges there. Perhaps it's the group of countries with the biggest data challenges. So please, Simona, if you could try to cover in about 5 minutes, provide some key messages on both fronts. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Lafortune. Excellencies, distinguished co-panelists, it's a great honor for the International Data Center Authority Global Foundation to join you in this first workshop on the monitoring framework of the Post-2030 agenda. I would like to first thank SDSN, Guillaume, if you allow me, for having granted so much consideration to small island developing states throughout the implementation of the SDGs. We've worked together and produced some new metrics for small island developing states, and then they were universalized. I'm referring to the multidimensional vulnerability index that without SDSN we wouldn't have had. This now adopted by the General Assembly, again as a universal metric. And if I were to make one first recommendation here, starting with the end, would be to say, Guillaume and distinguished academics, partners of SDSN, to include the multidimensional vulnerability index into the next framework, monitoring framework of the post-2030 agenda. Is a complex metric that helps countries define and measure their level of permanent vulnerability. Let me then go very quickly into a few slides that I want to share. I'll be as fast as possible. Small island developing states have from the very beginning struggled significantly to be able to report consistently and robustly against the SDGs. And also very importantly, Guillaume, is that it took quite a few years to the world to be able to internalize the SDG framework, as sound as the SDGs are, as important as they are, to have the capacity to report against in a manner that is meaningful. Countries have had to invest significantly, and they still struggle to this day to be able to provide data that is strongly reliable. And just very briefly, in one of the voluntary national review reporting sessions at the high-level political forum, a member state of OECD made a comment that the reporting on the SDGs, the VNRs, look very much like a selfie because the reliability, the strength, the robustness, again, of the data have been questionable throughout. So referring to small island developing states, 57 across 3 regions, out of which 37 are members of the United Nations, 20% of the membership of the United Nations. One common challenge, the statistical capacity. They rank today below Latin America, below the sub-Saharan Africa, believe it or not. They have a very low statistical performance index. And they, from the very beginning, into the reporting, domesticating the SDG indicators and reporting, they were only available to provide data, strong, valuable data against 60% of the SDGs. That has not changed, again, far below other regions of the world, and most importantly on indicators that show how collectively, how together we implement the SDGs. Data was only available for about 33% of those indicators. One point that I wanted to bring here is that SEEDS now have a 10-year agenda that will go beyond 2030. It's the Antigua and Barbuda agenda for SEEDS, ABAS in short, that was adopted in 2024 in Antigua and Barbuda, and that has a framework, a monitoring framework of itself. It would be great if such an agenda, such a framework would have some continuity in the post-2030 agenda to allow those countries to have strong data system. I would like to say very briefly here that it was interesting to see at the HLPF recently that the Secretary General made very explicit the correlation between the state of digital infrastructure, starting with connectivity, but not only that, and the statistical capacity and fiscal space that countries have. Today, data is considered an asset class, but most importantly, data and AI capability are factors of production. Guillaume, we had this conversation. Nothing in the economy will be produced without a certain level of reliance on data. So with that, I think it's extremely important that we see that in the post-2030 agenda. When the, very interestingly, when the ABAS was adopted on the Digital Readiness Index, the Secretariat of the Agenda had to reach out to ITU, the International Telecommunications Union, which is the only organization in the United Nations that was thought to have some clarity on what digital readiness means. Digital readiness is not only about telecommunications, and again, without strong digital infrastructure, countries will not be able to have valuable data, high quality data, without which growth in the intelligence age is almost impossible to consider. In the Digital Readiness Index that the International Data Center Authority produces, seats are scattered across a wide range of numbers, of scores, from Singapore at 62% to Haiti at 62 points, Haiti at 23 out of 100. That's how this is being computed. Maybe just very important to say here that neither income, for instance, Guyana is a high mid-income country, and nor scale like Seychelles, which is a very small island state, are predicting readiness. As you could see, Seychelles does much better than Guyana. So those are points of reflection for us moving forward. Let me anchor this topic within the digital infrastructure. To have high quality data, sovereign data, robust data in the intelligence age, countries need to start at the bottom. They need to have proper digital infrastructure, which is unfortunately not what is happening today. I just wanted to show that while the three regions of SEEDS do have connectivity through submarine cables, they practically extract no value on their islands from being such a contributor to global connectivity. There is no internet exchange point on any of the islands around the world. We've just returned from the Bahamas. The Bahamas is the first, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the first in the Caribbean to have a more strategic approach to that. So in traffic in the Caribbean among countries, and again, data needs to have that level of connectivity, needs to be routed through Miami, where there is an internet exchange point. The same is happening in ACE and in the Pacific. The Pacific also depends on the internet exchange points that exist in Australia and larger countries, the United States. So the investment in the submarine cable has not generated any particular significant returns for small island developing states. They all continue to struggle with data because, again, they do not have data infrastructure to allow them to collect systematically and report, and also have flexibility to generate new data sets based on what the indicators are going to say. So all seeds are important because they are landing points of the connectivity across the ocean. Those cables need to land somewhere. However, the landing point has not generated a digital economy because there is no digital infrastructure. When I'm referring to digital infrastructure, I'm speaking about the full spectrum, starting with obviously data centers to power cloud infrastructure, AI infrastructure. Countries would need to have tailored to their needs such digital infrastructure to be able to perform. So it's critical then these landing points generate revenues, public revenues, and generate development and economic outcomes that we all hope to see. Seeds continue to have lower growth rates and also significant fragility as climate change aggressively advances. So it's practically pricing the connectivity, making sure that there is host value retained on the islands. Basic digital infrastructure on seeds would allow them to store data, to produce data services, and to benefit their own economies. Imagine how important would be for them to have national, regional, Jeff spoke about the importance of regional systems of internet exchange points for small island developing states to be able to better predict climate-related events and disasters. Those are aspects that would need to be considered in the next agenda and then ultimately into the monitoring framework that we would like to have. So I just want to say that it's to have the data systems in place. We have started to work. The International Data Center Authority is a global operator in digital infrastructure and compute capacity, helping countries to generate that particular strength that will be valuable as we move forward. I just want to add to that we would like to put on the table indices that we have produced. I spoke about the Digital Readiness Index that cuts again across the economy, the environment, and the social features that the country has. We also produced an index that looks into how dependent the economy, how dependent rolls into governments, businesses, multilateral organizations are on human capacity and human intelligence. We are still at the point where human and artificial intelligence can coexist. We just need to ensure that humans are ready to be able to use artificial intelligence, not to be replaced by it, and improve productivity and again, economic gains. And we work on that particular aspect, capacitating workforce for countries to be able to make use of digital infrastructure and again, secure incomes into the digital age. I will just mention two more things and I'll close, Guillaume. So when we talk about data capacity in 2026 and towards 2030 and post-2030, we need to also address aspects of sovereignty, aspects of national security, and they start with the type of digital infrastructure that the countries have. Countries need to have in their ownership or co-ownership such digital infrastructure. They need to own their data. If governments sit in the cloud of large hyperscalers and major techs in the United States and other parts of the world, how much ownership they have on their data, how much sovereignty they actually have. And then extremely important is to have their skills in place. This takes time, so we would like to make an invitation to SDSN to look into those aspects. Is the workforce prepared for this particular technology transformation that we witness, and to generate data as an asset class, as a factor of production to help countries move forward? So measuring digital readiness as a baseline for the next framework, and connectivity is just one step. So there is much more beyond that. And then ensure that UN agencies that are going to be the custodians of this new agenda, the support entities to member states, have clarity and on responsibilities on supporting digital growth, digital development, and building on the data that exists is critical. I'll just close with that. So this is my last slide. I would like to speak very briefly about recommendations. So first of all, we all know that the quality of the monitoring framework depends on the actual measurability of the agenda, and that starts with the quality of its theory of change. So we had a great step up from the MDGs to the SDGs in the 2030 agenda with a much thorougher theory of change that needs to continue. And we would like to put forward some ideas as to how digital economies are going to be the new model of growth and what exactly we are going to measure to help countries understand when they stand. Please consider using indicators that exist into the Antigua and Barbuda agenda for seeds. Seeds have already started building those data sets, and it would be very interesting to see in 2028 what they are going to report against the framework that they adopted last year, and do include the multidimensional vulnerability index in what you take forward. But let me also say that LDCs have a framework under the Doha Program of Action. Look into that and see what needs to be taken forward into the next agenda. So have the LLDCs, so do they, as they have their own agenda for 2025, 2035. There is a Seed Center of Excellence that is hosted by Antigua and Barbuda, and it has a global data hub that is meant to help countries build that data capacity. Again, data capacity starts with physical structures or co-owned physical structures for seeds, but this is an entity that needs to be acknowledged, that needs to be partnered with moving forward. And again, the correlations between digital development and development in general, development progress would need to be acknowledged in the next agenda. We stand ready to put forward those metrics, again, the Digital Readiness Index that we report against on an annual basis, and the Human Dependency Index, critically important. We need to make a call on our humanity to reflect on our pathways moving forward for humans to remain relevant, to be safe into the intelligence age, to enjoy life, and to also reaping the benefits of the intelligence, artificial intelligence, celebrate the artificial intelligence as we made it possible. Humans made possible this incredible progress. So to conclude, seeds are behind on all fronts. And again, SDG data availability still remains behind. Statistical capacity and data availability, SDG data availability behind the rest of the world. We need to close the infrastructure gap, working together for seeds to be able to have life-saving data. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, with the point made by Jeff in his opening remark around how to harness AI and digital as perhaps an extra goal or a series of targets in the next framework as well. I just want to highlight that because we are here in the room, but online we have about 50 also experts and practitioners connected. The meeting is being recorded. We'll also prepare a summary of that meeting after the event. Let me now move to Dr. Otsuka. Specifically on citizen-generated data opportunities in the indicator framework for SDGs, and over to you.
Good afternoon. My name is Takahiro Otsuka from Ogata Research Institute at JICA, Japan. SDSN. Today, I would like to discuss how citizen-generated data can contribute to SDGs indicator framework and future monitoring system beyond. So next, please. Okay. SDG monitoring has made significant progress in the past decades. However, major challenges remain. Many indicators still suffer from the data gaps, delays, and the lack of disaggregated information. So at the same time, traditional statistical systems face increasing resource constraint. So recent studies, therefore, suggest that the citizen science is becoming essential rather than optional official statistics. Next, please. What can citizen-generated data contribute? I would highlight three characteristics. First, you can see green color. It is local. It captures last mile information that is often invisible to national statistics. Second, it is inclusive. It helps bring the voices of marginalized and underrepresented population into monitoring systems. Third, it is context-rich. It captures lived experience, risks, and functionality. In this sense, citizen data can bring a human security perspective into the development monitoring. So next, please. Yes. So, of course, citizen-generated data should not be viewed in isolation. The future lies in integration. Yes. Satellite data provides coverage. Big data provides speed, and citizen-generated data provides context and participation. So our key challenge is how to reduce bias and make effective use of subjective information. Diversifying data source and integrating multiple forms of evidence. Let me start with an example from biodiversity monitoring. In Japan, smartphone-based platforms such as Biome are enabling citizens to contribute to the biodiversity observation on a large scale. You can see the photo of the geographical data of Japan. So this color shows that over 50,000 of species and 11 millions of data of the occurrence data by citizens. So that data through the gamification, the company encourage broad participation and generate large volume of biodiversity data. This data alone is insufficient to understand complex reality of biodiversity. However, this biodiversity big data set continue to grow. Their potential is becoming increasingly promising. So next, please. So when citizen observation are combined with remote sensing and environmental DNA or other tool for the biodiversity monitoring, so they can generate more comprehensive biodiversity indicators with improved coverage, reliability, and resolutions. So the key lessons is straightforward. No single data source is sufficient. Value comes from integrating multiple data streams to better understand complex environmental conditions. Next, please. Second example is water quality monitoring. Can complement systems. Such hybrid indicator improve validation and expand monitoring coverage. Importantly, they also demonstrate how citizen-generated data can strengthen official statistics rather than compete with them. So you can see the figure it's showing the river basins. So this is the data from the Zambia. Two countries, Zambia and Sierra Leone, has already combined with data with the national agency data for SDG indicator 6, 3 to reporting. It's focusing on the water quality. So citizen data can strengthen official indicators. Next, please. Third example comes from the rural water access. Traditional indicator often focus on the existing of the infrastructure. But infrastructure does not necessarily mean access. You can see the photo. This is the well from the groundwater. So it's showing that the rural water access. And the well may exist and the hand pump may exist, but may not be functional. So next, please. The system by enabling action and strengthening human security. Ultimately, the future of monitoring sustainable development not only in reality, about helping people live better lives.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Tsuta. So we'll move to the last intervention for this session. So if there are specific comments and questions, because we're behind schedule, we'll probably take just one or two and then we'll move to the next session. But we'll move now to Professor Malik, who has done extensive work specifically on those transboundary effects and measuring those so-called spillover effects in the context of the SDGs. Arunima, the floor is yours. Let's try to stick to about 5 minutes and then we'll try to take one or two comments and questions before moving to the next session on simplifying the indicator framework. Over to you, Arunima.
Thank you, Guillaume, and thank you for inviting me to present today about measuring externalities and spillover effects. As Guillaume mentioned, we have at the University of Sydney, in collaboration with the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, worked on a number of case studies assessing the effects of international trade on measurements related to SDGs. So I'll start off by setting up the scene about why we really need to look into measuring spillovers and cross-border effects. And these are largely because supply chains are complex. And these pictures that I have put on my slide are taken from multiple research articles that we have published in journals to do with nitrogen emissions embodied in international trade, carbon emissions embodied in international trade, income-related effects, employment-related, and other social effects from production and consumption systems. And of course, we live in an interconnected world, which was highlighted in the keynote as well. And we are all part of an interconnected system, as are all the countries. So there are these hidden spillover effects, which are embodied in supply chains, which need to be accounted for. So the current 2030 agenda for sustainable development really only considers material footprint as an explicit indicator. So many of the consumption-based metrics are not mentioned in the current agenda. So we, as I mentioned, in collaboration with SDSN, Guillaume kindly and others as well, have used a range of methodologies, including input-output-based assessments, supply chain methodologies for measuring these cross-border spillovers for a range of sectors. So looking at textile supply chains, food supply chains, how trade is working for people and planet, and what are the spillover effects in EU's supply chains related to food, textiles, and critical minerals as well. Just briefly on the methodologies that we use for doing such assessments, we start off by looking at consumer demand and, of course, the immediate suppliers that supply to that consumer, which could be a country, could be a region. So, of course, these assessments can be done at regional level, at national level, and also at global level to measure spillover effects across regions, spillover effects across countries, and across sectors. And starting with the consumer, could also be an industry or a business. We look at the immediate suppliers, suppliers of suppliers, and so on. We have a database that we developed at the University of Sydney, which captures detail for more than 160 countries, 120 sectors. And using that database, we have done a range of assessments looking at spillovers. This is a heat map of that database that we use, which is a multi-regional input-output table. And the applications that we have been doing at the University of Sydney are around modeling how international trade impacts SDG progress. What are the sustainability impacts of new technologies that are coming up? So, of course, we need to assess before we scale when it comes to technologies, because there are, of course, hidden indirect impacts of new technologies, new innovations, and those need to be assessed from a supply chain perspective and cross-border perspective. So impacts of policy changes as well. So if we have these spillovers, which are cross-border effects, a country can negatively or positively impact other countries in sort of achieving SDGs. So these cross-border impacts do need attention when it comes to post-Agenda 2030. And of course, business level assessments and benchmarking and supply chain assessments. A paper that I will talk about, which we published in Nature Sustainability, included us selecting a range of SDGs and constructing metrics, consumption-based metrics linked to those SDGs. So in this study, we looked at 12 explicit SDGs and 12 explicit consumption-based metrics that we tried to link to SDGs. As I mentioned previously, these consumption-based metrics are largely absent from the current agenda. So of course, we came up with indicators and we called these proxies, consumption-based proxies, which we then used for assessing how countries are performing in terms of polarizing impacts, where a country is negatively impacting its trading partners in progress towards SDGs, or equalizing impacts where we do see some positive effects from international trade. So largely, our findings showed that we are in a world which is experiencing polarizing impacts for a range of SDGs when looked from a consumption-based perspective, because there are hidden cross-border effects, there are hidden externalities which are not being accounted for. And these are largely to do with environmental indicators. Of course, we can drill deeper. We can also look at what specific countries are doing in terms of their interactions with their trading partners and how that's impacting in a range of environmental, social, and economic indicators. So not just emissions, we're talking about biodiversity, we're talking about land, water, social effects in terms of fatal and non-fatal accidents, in terms of employment generation or income generation. So a huge facet of indicators spanning the environmental, social, and economic sphere to understand how countries over time have progressed when it came to Agenda 2030, and of course, how they're interacting over a range of indicators. So if I just hone in on one indicator, which is climate action, or SDG, which is climate action, and the specific indicator that we linked up with climate action, we saw that we can spread out these countries, and these are just dots that you see on this slide, and these dots are spread out across 4 quadrants. So countries are either net importing or net exporting. So over time, you can have a country which is import trending or a country which is export trending. And it really depends on their production and consumption systems and what they're importing from the rest of the world, and whether their production-based impacts are higher or their consumption-based impacts are higher. So typically, countries that feature in this quadrant, which are net exporting and export trending, their production-based impacts are higher than their consumption-based impacts. So P refers to production-based and C to consumption-based. And if we look at this quadrant, which features countries which are largely net importing and import trending, I've taken the country labels out, but just for illustration, largely countries in this quadrant typically have their consumption-based impacts, which are larger than their production-based impacts. So if we just look at production-based impacts, we miss this entire picture of externalities and cross-border effects of international trade and globalization and our consumption and our demand for goods and services. It's also important to look at country-specific impacts, and the regional coverage is important in terms of if we hone in on one region, how is that impacting other countries around the world for a range of indicators, whether it be emissions or its land use or biodiversity threats. And regional coverage, also sectoral coverage. So of course, for sectoral coverage, it's not just the direct impacts that we need to consider. We need to consider the entire supply chain of impacts. Because as I showed in one of my slides with the supply chain tree, starting with the consumer at the bottom, we have direct impacts and direct demand for goods and services, but it's only being met if you have these indirect sectors and indirect regions all playing their role in the upstream supply chain. So MRIO assessments are able to unravel and for a range of indicators and help us in assessing these impacts and how it's sort of panning out when it comes to Agenda 2030 and conversations post Agenda 2030. So just to conclude, I'll just say as we look beyond the 2030 agenda, we need to really ensure that it's critical we include these metrics, these indicators that can account for these spillover effects, because that's largely a gap that we have observed as part of the research that we have been doing in consumption-based accounting. Strong data foundation is a must, which was also mentioned in the keynote for supporting these frameworks for monitoring progress and also coming up with these indicators for post-2030 and the new frameworks that we are now looking towards. I'll just end by saying that we have at the University of Sydney developed the Sustainable Business Hub, and we have over 80 academics working in sustainability, and we are doing engaged research with partners such as SDSN and others in contributing to the achievement of 2030 and coming up with models and practices that businesses can adopt in supporting this agenda and beyond. And I'll stop here. Thanks, Guillaume.
Your prize for your work on this last year for your paper, specifically linking the spillovers and the SDGs. So that was the last intervention for this part of the discussion, which was again specifically on the global indicator framework, both the persisting data challenges, the priorities for improving data availability, but also hard to harness technologies and new methods as well. Let me pause here, look around the room here, but also online if there's any comments, questions for our speakers for this session. And afterwards, we will move to the next session, which is around simplifying the indicator framework, but specifically on the issue of strengthening data availability and also how to harness alternative data sources and technologies. Any questions, comments? I see Guilherme, Nelia. Online, do we have comments, questions at this stage? We have two in the room here. Okay, so please make me a sign if online there's a hand that's being raised, but perhaps Guilherme and then Nelia.
Right, yeah, thank you. This is a question for Dr. Malik. Okay, can you hear me fine?
Speak louder, Guillaume.
Yeah, this is a question for Dr. Malik. So my question would be, what would your idea be for moving on to be able to consider spillover effects within the next framework or the adapted framework? Since this work requires so much data, MRIL data are so hard to deal with, and then we are trying to also simplify. Do you think is there a way we could have different indicators that would capture this as proxies, or is your kind of research where you try to process the existing indicators enough to just capture the spillover effect?
Let's think around and then we'll ask our speakers to answer. So go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you so much. My question or my comment is not so much about this precise session, but the one that was before at the opening remark. Links back to what was said yesterday. about not adding more goals, but maybe thinking more about breaking silos and thinking about complementarity between the existing ones. So on this aspect of harnessing technology in general and AI in particular, might there be also worth thinking about adding it as a cross-cutting enabler rather than adding yet another goal, as it was also mentioned, and to really think systematically, how can it be harnessed as a catalyst for the existing ambitions and maybe as an accelerator?
Do we have any questions online? Otherwise, I think there was one specific question to you, Arunima. And then on the AI issue, of course, we have Simona still with us. I see your hand. I was sure that Simona would like to react to this question. So, and other speakers as well, please feel free to react to the two questions from the floor. Perhaps Arunima first, and then on the second question from Cornelia, perhaps Simona, you can jump in.
Yeah, thank you for your question. So our research has shown that there are, in addition to material footprint, which is explicitly mentioned in the current SDG framework, other indicators which can be in a harmonized manner assessed, all under one MRIO framework. There are, of course, indicators which are very well developed with colleagues across Sydney and also broadly in other institutions around the world, working on a range of environmental indicators, for example, emissions, carbon footprint is pretty well developed. And so are some of the other indicators on land and water. And there are now open access MRIO databases which exist, which can be used for assessing these cross-border spillover effects. So my vision for post-2030 agenda is to expand the footprint suite, rather than just mentioning material footprint, which is already there, mention other indicators which are developed and are backed by research and are used by international organizations already. And incorporating those, supported by MRI frameworks, which are also pretty well developed, we should be able to incorporate cross-border spillovers in assessments.
Arunima, would you agree that since 2015, you've seen a massive improvement in the quality and the timeliness of the data on these issues of spillovers, which would make them sort of eligible for being part of sort of an official indicator framework at the global level? Would you agree with this?
I would agree with this. Sorry, I'm losing my voice for some reason. I fully agree with this. So about 20 years ago, we only had single region input-output tables, but now we have multi-regional input-output tables, and they're pretty, as I said, updated on a regular basis. They're open access, and there are groups who are actively working on supporting progress and development of these tables. We have research that has been around for more than 20 years. So I would agree. I'm losing my voice, Guillaume, for some reason, but I fully agree with your comment.
I'll let you take a break. Thank you, Arunima. Perhaps Simona, over to you.
Thank you so much. I also want to commend Professor Malik for the presentation, for the quality of the topic that she referred to, of the work behind the topic she referred to. And I would suggest that the reporting on spillovers be included into what countries report, not changing at this point in time anything in the indicator framework, but just asking them and helping them to start factoring that into the reporting, the VNR reporting, additional reporting to the UN. On the question on the artificial intelligence, so first of all, today technology, innovation and technology is one of the means of implementation under SDG 17. What countries report cannot be aggregated, is all over the place. Obviously, every country has made some progress in use of technology, some established innovation labs in the government. They are working across sectors, government, businesses, academia on innovation, but there is nothing to link the innovation and technology to everything else that is being reported against the 17 SDGs. So that obviously shows that in 2015, we did not anticipate the technological progress that the world has made to date. So what I think would make sense at this point in time, if we want to create a bridge between this framework and the next framework, is to add a digital readiness index, because that would look across the economy where exactly the internet access, the speed, the digital infrastructure footprint correlates with income levels and economic growth, and then an environment score where we look into energy stats, the composition of energy, the emissions, and then the social governance score that looks into human development, transparency, perception of corruption, democracy and transparency, all those aspects as a distinct indicator, as an SDG 18, as Professor Sachs referred to help ensure that we have baselines in 2030 when we move to the new agenda. But definitely the use of AI across the SDGs would be important to be an indicator or component of a sub-indicator, component of the indicators underneath. It's not impossible. We should be able to do it. We will have clarity as to what extent countries actually understand and are capable of accessing, using, producing their own eventually to support progress against the SDGs. So an indicator component under each SDG on the use of artificial intelligence and a distinct indicator on digital readiness would be perfect to ensure that in 2030 we are ready for a new growth model that will have digital means, digital tools, digital capabilities, compute capacity at the center. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simona. And I think with this, we'll close this first session. And also, Simona, I know it's the middle of the night for you in DC, so thank you for joining us. And also, I see we have. Yeah, but we'll pause here and maybe we'll go back to. Or are there pressing comments, questions? Okay. Well, what is this?
This is he posted it in the chat.
Okay.
I don't know if Professor Guo wants to respond.
Okay, is Professor Guo still online with us? Okay, we'll take a final comment from Professor Guo. I mean, we have it in writing, so in any case, we'll summarize this. Okay, we'll close the session now and we'll move to the simplifying indicator framework. Thank you very much to all our speakers to this session. And Professor Guo, we have your notes here, so there will be a summary, and so all of this will be, of course, incorporated also in the summary. But thank you very much to all of our speakers. And we'll move now to the second part of the workshop today, which is on the issue which was mentioned also in the opening remarks as well, the issue of simplifying the indicator framework. This has been at the heart, of course, of the research of Dr. Sato here at the JICA Ogata Research Institute. The idea being that, of course, we have a global indicator framework with more than 200 indicators, which is very hard to digest for governments. And as we're thinking about the priorities for implementation in the next phase, the idea is to think in this group collectively, are there ways to make the indicator framework more operational at the global level, but also at the national level? So we'll hear now from a number of initiatives been going on that have tried to identify perhaps some core or headline sets of indicators. And we'll start first with Professor Enrico Giovannini, who was part of the UN high-level expert group on Beyond GDP. This is a group that just released a very important report with a set of headline indicators to go beyond GDP. And so we will hear now from Professor Giovannini. The floor is yours, Professor. Is Professor Giovannini with us, or yes?
In the call.
Okay, so we cannot hear for now Professor Giovannini, so perhaps we'll move right away to you. I mean, you are in the room, Prajal, so I guess in the room we will hear you. So perhaps we'll move to Prajal and then we'll come back to Professor Giovannini afterwards as the next speaker. Prajal, you are leading important work on the SDGs, including a major initiative on the Post-2030 framework at the University of Groningen. So over to you, Prajal.
Thank you. Yeah, hello everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your time zone. Yeah. So let me spend a few minutes on this topic. Now, basically talking about like I would not call it like identifying core indicator set, because what we need to do is like not focus much about the indicator, but more like a system as a whole. Yeah. In that context, what we can do is we can look at. Yeah. Okay. In this context, what we do in our group is like we use this threefold scientific approach. Basically, what we do in our group is we look at things from a more holistic perspective, now looking at quantitative analysis, qualitative analysis, and knowledge co-creation. And before we heard about, let's say, identifying a core set of indicators. For me, it's not about identifying a core set of indicators. It's more about prioritizing the set of SDGs depending upon the context. Because if we start the box again and say that, we need to talk about the core set of indicator, then we're spending a lot of time and effort on negotiating those core set of indicators. What we need is that when you look at this 169 targets, 17 goals, we find synergies and trade-off among these goals. They are interacting in a positive or a negative way. In that context, what we need to do is like we need to prioritize SDGs based on context-specific need. We have to identify SDGs which has more synergies, or more target, and then find a strategy to maximize the synergies and minimize the trade-offs. And on the other hand, these SDGs are politically negotiated targets. So what does that mean is, if we even meet all the SDGs, are we be in the sustainable world? I don't know, And we have to also think about this broader picture of interlinkaging to understand the interlinkages between sustainable development or sustainable development goal and the sustainability as a concept, like effect of achieving and underachieving SDGs in a broader picture of sustainability. And here, when I talk about sustainability, I'm talking about building societal foundation for everyone within the ecosystem or within the ecological setting. And then definitely for next few years, we need to think more and more on science-based post-2030 agenda. In this context, what we do is we use this quantitative analysis maybe to understand synergies and trade-off among different SDGs. I will not go too much detail on this, but what I would like to highlight is one aspect here. We talk about data, and we talk about data, we talk about different data sources and this is an exercise we did. Now we look at data that is coming from United Nations, the official SDG framework. We look at the data that is provided by World Bank, that is the World Development Indicator. We look at the data provided by SDSN from the Sustainable Development. And this is the picture here, and we try to combine this three data set and then try to come up with let's say like a unified SDG database. And we can see that there are still gaps. Whichever data we are using, we see a lot of gaps over there, like SDG 5, which is gender equality, SDG 11, which is about cities and communities, and SDG 14, which is about life underwater, SDG 16, which is about peace, justice, and institutions. And what we can see in this data is like still there is a lot of data gap for particular SDGs. And we can see similar picture on SDG target, which I'm not presenting here. And this is not only about the data gap. What we can also see is like if you look at the, let's say, the time series probability of the data to say something concrete about whether we are making progress on SDGs or not, we see that in many countries we don't get more than 50% of this data. And the question is like we need to close this data gap. Without this data gap, without closing this data gap, we will not be able to understand what are synergies, what are trade-offs. And understanding these synergies and trade-offs are a really crucial thing to prioritize the SDGs, which are the core goals and targets we need to implement. And in that context, what we did is that we did a literature review where we try to understand what does a human well-being means. Now, basically, our ultimate goal is to be happy, to be in a world where everybody has a societal well-being. And we try to understand what does this societal well-being means from the literature. And what we see that in literature, we can find that more than 700 indicators that has been used to define societal foundation or societal, which can be grouped into 5 themes and 21 dimensions. And this is the point when I'm talking about like whether achieving SDGs will be in a sustainable world or not. So we have to reflect on this here. Now, for example, like a subjective well-being issue about let's say mindfulness. Awareness is not there in SDGs. Because without being aware, without being mindful, can we be in the sustainable world? I don't think so. And we have to think a bit more also in that aspect whenever we are talking about post-2030. And what we do also is like we supplement this sort of quantitative analysis with qualitative analysis, because whenever we are talking about development issue, there is a tons of literature before SDGs in terms of development, in terms of sustainable development. And what we try to do here is that we try to look at those literature and try to understand the reason behind why there are synergies, why there are trade-offs. In that context, here are some examples. One example is coming from urban agriculture and try to understand why urban agriculture matters for sustainable development, and what are the regions where this might be also create some problem there. I don't go a bit more deep here in this topic. I would like to highlight Andrew's study here when we talk about this IPCC, because what we also did is like we look at the IPCC report and try to look at how IPCC report reflect on SDGs. Mainly the report coming from AR5 and AR6. And one of the key findings here we see that is IPCC report is not reflecting all the SDGs well. Now, there are certain SDGs that is reflected more, but not all the SDGs. And in AR7 report, what we are calling is that IPCC need to report better these sustainable development goals, because we want to solve the climate issue or biodiversity issue mainly for the sustainable development, or mainly for the sustainable development. And this is Andrew approach, looking at the literature, looking at the policy document to understand the mechanism behind those SDG tracks. The third approach is knowledge co-creation. What we try to do is like we try to co-create the knowledge among the stakeholders and try to do a workshop like this. And this is one of the workshops where you were there. I don't know whether I can see you in the picture or not. Yeah, so where we try to understand what we need to do for accelerating SDGs. And this is the insight from our workshop last year, where we talk about this 4 stakeholder interplay for accelerating SDGs and by 2030 and beyond. So I will not go too much in detail, but here we talk about actionable insight and solution. We talk about reinforcing multi-stakeholder partnership, promoting integrated sustainability assessment, and one of the most important point is to account for differentiated needs and realities of the people. So this sort of stakeholder this sort of knowledge co-creation process is ongoing. This is one of them, and the other one that we are doing would be next year. This is the next year. We are in April, 5 to 10th of April. We are doing a Governing and Sustainability Conference as a exercise to provide the input for the final SDG Summit in 2027. Where we are talking about some action points coming out of this conference for that SDG Final Summit, and I would like to invite all of you for more discussion in depth on this conference. So I will stop here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Prajan. And indeed, if we can link this initiative also with your conference somehow, that would be wonderful, because there's many things going on the post-2030 framework. And so if we can connect the dots, that would be wonderful. Let me turn over. We have Professor Enrico Giovannini with us again. Professor, you were part of the UN high-level expert group on beyond GDP. I think there were, this session is about simplifying the indicator framework. There's different methods that can be used for this. I guess Prajal mentioned the literature on synergies and interlinkages across SDGs. Can you share with us, Professor, the outcome of the work from the group that you were involved in on the beyond GDP? Specifically that identify, I believe, a number of headline indicators to go beyond GDP. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Good morning, good evening, good everyone. Very interesting seminar, and I hope that all the presentations will be made available by the organizers. As you know, the UN Secretary General has established a high-level expert group on beyond GDP, and we published our report in May. And now the General Assembly is discussing our report and is supposed to prepare a resolution on it. The discussion is quite intense and heated in a sense, so I'm not entering really into that. And the report made a lot of recommendations to push not only international organizations, but also national member countries and national institutions to measure what we called sustainable and inclusive, equitable, sustainable, and inclusive well-being. But before entering into that, let me just share with you very few slides where I would like to underline the importance of what the Pact of the Future brought into the world discussion, especially in terms of intergenerational equity. The concept of intergenerational equity is central, of course, for sustainable development, given the definition established by the Brundtland Report of Sustainability. But around the world, there is a growing attention on the way in which sorry, it looks like there is a problem with my presentation. It's coming now. The way in which
we could see your slide in the room. We could see your slide clearly in the room. No longer now. Now we can see.
Yes.
Yes, we can see the slide.
Because the Pact of the Future pushed really under spot this concept of intergenerational equity, which is very well known by experts all over the world, and is one of the fundamental principles of how our society should look like and work. The importance of the pact is also the fact that several actions are foreseen by the pact to speed up the implementation of the 2030 agenda. And it's extremely important, the Declaration on Future Generations, which should push member countries to implement something that policies that are more anticipatory, adaptable, responsive for future opportunities, risks, and challenges. The Italian Alliance for Sustainable Development has been very active in this field since its beginning 10 years ago, and we have managed also to change our constitution to make a reference to future generations and the interest of future generations. And then more recently, we also convinced the parliament to pass a law by which each and every new piece of legislation has to be evaluated ex ante in terms of social and environmental impact on youth and on future generations. What I want to flag here is that we need indeed to adopt this intergenerational fairness or justice at the core of our measurement framework. And this is what we have done at the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, where we decided to focus on the what we call the sustainable and inclusive well-being, well before the HLEG, the high-level expert group of UN was established. And the framework that we have developed and implemented in terms of indicators, as you can see, focuses on the well-being today, the well-being tomorrow, the inclusiveness, but also all the elements that build sustainability, including the different forms of capital, human, social, economic capital, nature and planetary boundaries, but also the safeguard of ecosystems and biodiversity, climate change, and also a key word, resilience, which in our view is extremely important. I'm making reference to this because if you compare what we had developed in 2024 with what the HLEG has proposed, you find a very strong alignment. In fact, as I already mentioned, we are proposing to focus on equitable, inclusive, and sustainable well-being, looking at the current well-being, but also the future well-being based on sustainability and resilience. On top, we propose to have the measurement of what we call foundational principles in terms of human rights, peace, and livable planet. And overall, we suggest to focus on the well-being of people and planet. From this point of view, a lot of enablers, which are embedded in SDGs, are not taken into account simply because they're means to an end. They're indeed very important, but what we recommend as HLEG is to focus on outcomes or outputs, not on inputs. Notwithstanding these focus, we proposed to use out of the 31 indicators that we suggest to monitor, half of them come from SDGs. And in fact, a lot of countries have put questions on the floor on why we were not just using SDGs or a simplification of SDGs as a reference. And our answer was exactly what I mentioned now, is that if we want to focus on outputs and outcomes in terms of equitable, inclusive, and sustainable well-being, we have to develop even new measures. For example, for human rights, peace, and livable planet, there aren't currently statistical standards at world level, and this is where we recommend international organizations to work much more on this. Now, just to conclude, there is an important point, and the HLEG was not able to reach a conclusion, which is the possibility of building composite indicators. We have been discussing this issue in HLEG for a long time, and we didn't agree on how to move forward. This is why we recommend that the UN Statistics Division should establish a specific working group to address this very complex, with a lot of pros and cons, possible pros and cons of different solutions. Now, let me show you what would mean to have a composite indicator. On the left-hand side, you see a comparison based on GDP per capita of US, red line, and EU, blue line. But if you look at what we call the equitable and sustainable well-being, and this is the right-hand side of the chart, you see on the top that in terms of well-being today, which is a concept that is approximated by GDP, badly approximated, EU performs much, much better than US. But then, if you look at the overall equitable and sustainable development, well-being, where you consider also the dynamic of the different forms of capital, including economic capital, you see the bottom right chart. You see that the differences look less big. Why? Because US with high economic growth produces more capital that could be invested for various reasons, not only on whatever is invested now, but this means that growth is important. It's not the whole story, but it's important, and you see that the differences are reduced. So in conclusion, I think that it's possible using our HLAG proposed framework to simplify, but also to improve the current set of indicators for SDGs and the post-2030 discussion. But we shouldn't forget that we also have to put investments in the development of models, especially if we want to evaluate at national level the intergenerational equity dimension. The current models available at world level or at national level are not fully able to do this kind of simulation and ex-ante impact assessment. So it's just to say that there is a research agenda ahead of us, not only for data, but also for models. But the good news is that what has been done in various places of the world, including the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, but also in other centers, SDSN, of course, can be used by political authorities to design already a post-2030 agenda framework based on the concept of equitable and sustainable well-being, which is exactly the definition that also researchers around the world are using more and more, and much more than before. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. And your presentation is, of course, at the heart of what we want to discuss in this specific session. So let me just ask you, because we'll hear in a second from Dr. Sato, who also published a paper with a methodology about how to simplify the indicator framework that he will share in a second. But perhaps, Professor, I would just like to understand, you have identified the HLAG 31 indicators. Could you summarize how you ended up, what were the methods that were used to end up with these 31 headline indicators specifically? Was it statistically driven, expert-based, a combination of various methods? And then if you could just share very quickly, because there is this work going on Beyond GDP, there is, of course, an SDG indicator framework. Do you imagine these frameworks to coexist in the future? Or is the idea is that one would replace, essentially, that we would have a framework much more simplified for the next era of sustainable development? Could you just react to those two points, if you
Yes. I start from the second question. I don't think that would make sense to force the two frameworks into a single one. And the reason is because SDGs measures a lot of inputs correctly, because they have to drive policies. So I would not recommend just to cancel it or start reconsidering it overall, simply because the purposes are different. One is about instruments, and you need to have a measurement of instruments, while the other one is about outcomes and final outcomes. Of course, as we did in Italy, as we do in Italy since 2010, when I was president of the Italian Statistical Office, we developed the set of indicators for equitable and sustainable well-being. Both are important. And the two coexist in Italy, for example, and we have different discussions on SDGs reports and on equitable and sustainable development well-being report. On the other hand, your first question is in the report, we describe how we achieved, let's say, the set of indicators looking at the conceptual framework that I briefly described, well-being today, well-being tomorrow, the different dimensions of well-being today are health, education, work, and so on. Quite standard, I would say, domains. On top, we recommend to look at these foundational principles because without peace, without without respect of planetary boundaries, without respect of human rights, there isn't any possibility to have well-being. And on top, we worked on this concept of equitable and sustainable well-being, looking at the different forms of capital for sustainability and the measures of inequalities, including the indicators, some of the indicators that you mentioned, such as the multidimensional poverty index, for example. So we'll see how the General Assembly reacts. Is of course learning by doing, especially because it's the first time at international level that this kind of discussions are taking place with this new perspective. And we'll see how the General Assembly reacts. We made, as I said, a lot of recommendations recommending that each and every country develops its framework, starting from the 31, eventually adding some elements, but with this principle of being focused on outputs and outcomes, not on inputs, which is one of the purposes of SDGs.
Can you tell us whether you incorporated also the issues that you mentioned, intergenerational fairness, but also the issue of transboundary effects, transboundary impacts, the spillover discussion we had before? Is that part of either the work that you presented at the JRC or the Beyond GDP, the H-leg work that you have mentioned?
Especially on the H-leg, we mentioned it, but we didn't propose any particular indicators because this requires not only data, but also models in some cases. One of the fundamental messages that we try to convey is that we should stop from being afraid of using model-based indicators. Statisticians think that some statisticians think that you only have to measure on the field, and everything that you do outside is something for which you must be very prudent or stop also doing that. But we know that GDP is a strongly model-based measure. So what we say is that more and more with intangible elements of well-being, we shouldn't be afraid from using model-based measures, including those for the spillover effects on which we didn't enter because what we wanted to propose was something that could be implemented in the short run. And we also fixed a sort of rule proposing indicators for which more or less at least 2/3 of countries' data points are available in order to make possible for the UN, is one of our recommendations, to start in 2027 publishing a world report on equitable and sustainable well-being. That would be a strong signal of the idea of moving forward.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. And there might be other questions and comments for you also, so please stay with us. Dr. Sato, you have a methodology. You have published also many papers on this issue, so the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm Dr. Sato from Ogata Research Institute for Peace and Development. And down, up, down. Try again.
We can see it.
Okay, yeah. So our institute have been working on the issue of a post-2030 indicator framework since a few years ago. And we have recently initiated joint research collaboration initiative with SDSN, which is represented in the center of the circles. But today I'm going to briefly present what we have been doing in periods. So I think you already know that the SDG indicator framework is quite complex. There are 234 unique indicators, but that's not the end of the story. There are over 600 series under these 234 indicators. Yeah. So the question is, even I do not know exactly how many series there are in any point of time. It's fluctuates. And also, some series are only relevant only to certain subset of countries. For example, marine conservation area is not relevant to landlocked countries, etc. So I think it will be very difficult for member countries to precisely understand how many series they need to report every year. And this is not end of the story either, and there are thousands of disaggregated data that countries are required to submit. So the data reporting requirement volume is enormous. And this is just an illustration of the enormity of data requirements. So I just put all the disaggregation dimensions developed by the UN SDG framework. So I put all the dimensions, but I have to say these are not compulsory disaggregation requirements. So there are some minimum disaggregation requirements, which is expressly shown in the red letters. For example, age, disability status, etc. So there are some minimum disaggregation dimensions countries are required to submit, but all other dimensions are not at the moment. It's definitely required to report. But also many of these disaggregation dimensions are only applicable to only one series or at best a few. But again, there are so many disaggregation dimensions. But I should stress that as Mr. Hanif in his video message in the beginning of this session, I think I am deep respect to the achievement made by the expert who developed this extensive indicator framework, which is definitely, no doubt, it's a remarkable achievement. But I think we have to strike the balance between comprehensiveness of data framework and also data compilation cost and burden. So we need to think about what's the practical balance between. And this balance could change over time because of development technology. For example, maybe the new technology, AI-based technology can enhance our ability to compile data with lower cost and time. Then maybe the balance could change over time due to technological evolution, innovation. So the current SDG indicator framework is quite complex, and but countries have limited resources to invest in comparison data. That in combination produce a data gap issue and also data comparability issues, because some countries submit not exactly the data required for the indicator, but provide some similar data, or it's a proxy data that cause data comparability issues. And also because the targets are very extensive, multidimensional, but indicators are limited in number. The current indicator framework can only measure only some part of targets. So, and also there is a mismatch of monitoring needs of countries and the indicator required. So based on this understanding of the current situation, what we propose is kind of a three-tier framework. It's firstly divided into global indicators and custom indicators. And global indicators that it's global and that's applicable to all countries. But within this global indicators, we suggest having two categories. One is core and the other is optional. And core indicators are a small set of indicators applicable to all countries, and all countries need to report data. And on the other hand, optional indicators are a long list of potentially useful indicators that member states can, or any actors can adopt if it's fits to their monitoring needs. So these optional indicators are combined with a lot of guidance and tools maybe. So that facilitates the adoption of such optional indicators. And on the bottom of the diagram, there is a custom indicators or local indicators, which countries and regions or other actors can set according to their monitoring needs and local context. So I will not introduce today about our other kind of research, which try to streamline indicators, which is based on the statistical correlation analysis. But I will focus on this part. So I'm not sure if there is a diverging view on what would be desired design post-2030 indicator framework, but suppose if there is an agreement on having kind of a global indicators, then I have several questions. For example, what would be a manageable size of such core indicators, or should they be entirely common across all countries, or there could be some subset of core indicators that can be applied only to certain subset of countries. For example, some indicators can be applied to small states, island countries, or developing countries, etc. And could subjective indicators or spillover indicators be part of such core indicators? Should they prioritize outcome indicators, or it can include input or action activity indicators, or both? And what other aspects should be considered? So I'd like to hear opinions of stakeholders and participants in this workshop. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to your feedback.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sato. You have published very important pieces on this issue, setting the scene on the importance and proposing some frameworks and some approaches for simplifying the indicator framework. It was actually at the heart and at the origins of this partnership between SDSN and JICA from the start. I just want to say that because we are behind schedule, I don't think we will take a proper break, so we'll move straight to the next session. There is coffee and water for those in the room here, and of course there is a restroom for those that might need to take a break. Let's move to Dr. Andrew Fan here, who has done a literature review on these issues, and then we'll open it up, hopefully with some reflections and answers also to the questions that you shared, Dr. Sato. Andrew, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lafortune. It is indeed an honor for me to be able to share some observations from the literature. What we have seen from the implementation of the SDGs is that after 11 years of implementation, there is only about 16% of the SDGs which are on target. So we have a hypothesis that perhaps it may be because it's a little bit too complicated to implement. And therefore, we looked at the literature to try to learn what perhaps could be the literature teaching us about whether or not it's really true that the indicators are too complex to be implemented and therefore perhaps need to be simplified. I'm sorry, Jeremy, I can't adjust. Okay. So I've managed to find 7 lessons from the literature regarding the indicators and how complex it is. One lesson that was observed is that indeed fewer goals and targets could reduce complexity to enhance implementability. colleagues, Sunif and Fana, have reviewed the MDG and SDG implementation, and they propose a simpler framework organized around 4 categories of development within planetary boundaries: provision of basic services for all, human development and equity, international collaboration. The reason is because the paper finds that the unwieldy size of the SDG is too resource intensive, and it makes it very difficult to monitor. Another paper by Allen and their colleagues suggests that the SDGs is very complex, and the risk of increasing the goals and targets for the new set of indicators will cause the same implementation challenges that have been faced by the existing framework. And colleagues Van Vuren et al. Found that the indicators currently are too broad and too unstructured, and therefore very difficult to facilitate scenario analysis and communication. The second lesson the literature is indicating to us is that if we want our indicators to be facilitative of implementation, they need to be specific and quantifiable to enable progress monitoring. The International Scientific Council documented that more than half of the SDG targets currently have vague descriptions like enhanced policy coherence, which makes effective monitoring not possible. Our colleagues from the IAEG SDGs task team on statistics have also noted that vague targets make it very difficult to assess achievement. And SDSN has also highlighted that measurement of progress is needed so that practitioners are able to implement strategies and allocate resources accordingly to where the priorities are. And BI has also noted that at a subnational level, cities and businesses also need to have explicit targets to be able to drive their strategies and implementation. The third lesson is that policies should be systemically coherent and enhance synergies and reduce trade-offs. Nielsen et al. Found that nature indicators have got opportunities where there are abilities to manage synergies and reduce trade-offs. Subevega and Marco have reviewed SDG linkages and found that existing tools are very difficult to measure the directionality and the strength of the SDG indicators. And the group of scientists for the Sustainable Development Report finds that system-level transformation is required for development and architecture. And Elder et al. Have found opportunities for synergies, for example, sustainable agriculture and integrated water management both contribute to better health. So perhaps this is very aligned to what Prof. Prahan had shared with us, that for indicators with spillovers, there are a lot of opportunities to look at enhancing synergies and reducing trade-offs. Then a fourth observation that we see in the literature is that human development and economic development should be within planetary boundaries. Van Vuren et al. Have found that out of the 9 planetary boundaries, 4 of them are already at high risk and are in irreversible zones. Randers et al. Have found that human development must be able to proceed without exceeding planetary boundaries. And the independent group of scientists have again highlighted the importance of a systemic approach for sustainable development. A fifth observation is the provision of basic needs is universally agreeable, but not universally provided globally. So Reiner wrote that the provision of basic needs is universal with income elasticities of demand of less than 1 and universally agreed across cultures. Therefore, to have global consensus on that is achievable. These include things like food security, health, education, water and sanitation, energy, housing, and human security. Cerner and Ferner find similar observations. But what is interesting is SDSN's own analysis of the data found that access to basic services and infrastructure, such as access to the internet, access to clean fuels for cooking, is still not universally accessible globally, especially in low-income countries. So perhaps this is an area where we could get global consensus on for global coordinators. So what we see is that perhaps a tiered indicator structure will be able to accommodate global, systemically, and universally agreeable targets, like systemic targets that are climate in nature, include spillovers, and universally agreeable targets like basic needs, food security, energy, and housing, which everyone can agree. But then perhaps because development is so complex, so many local conditions need to be considered. Locally contextualized indicators that are created by local actors and governments are required. So this is supported by the literature. Sato has written about a three-tier indicator framework. My colleague earlier, Dr. Sato, had described it very well. The Task Force on Statistics also says that from the dimensions of the statistics, it is important to have global indicators where all of it is measurable, and perhaps some of the supplementary indicators that are more suitable at the national level. And there is also writings by VNG International that says that at a subnational level, local indicators that best fit the local context is needed, and it should not be driven by the global level. However, after going through the literature, there is one area of further research that is perhaps needed, which is that global, optional, and custom local indicators, while very good because they allow the local authorities to set targets suitable for their needs and takes into consideration their constraints and their budget, their actual capacities. But this may lead to the risk of countries cherry picking, i.e. they choose optional indicators that are easy to achieve, or sandbagging, which is that they set targets that are easy to achieve. So perhaps this will be an area that we will research further on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for sharing this overview of the future. So we're at the end. I think there was no additional speaker for this session. And so again, the idea here is that I think many of us agree that there is value in simplifying the indicator framework. It's very hard for a government to operate with 230 indicators. And if indeed the next phase of sustainable development is about implementation, the idea is to think, how can we make this more operational, of course, for government, so that we can make faster progress than the past. And so simplifying the indicator is part of this. Now, the big question is what are the methods that we can use to simplify the indicator framework? So Prajal, of course, has done a lot of work on the interlinkages, the synergies, the trade-offs. Professor Giovannini shared with us the outcome of the work from the Beyond GDP framework. Dr. Sato has also proposed first the idea of a core set of indicator, and then having also flexibility depending on specific challenges faced, perhaps across income level or geographies and so on. At this SDSN, we also have proposed in the Sustainable Development Report, what we've done is basically to try to simplify with 17 indicators. And with 17 indicators, we basically achieve, when we aggregate this, it's basically collinear with the SDG index, which has more than 100 indicators. And it's extremely highly correlated also if we take progress over time, so percentage points change. We also have very strong correlation between progress on those 17 indicators and what we obtain with 100 indicators. The point being that there's different methods out there that have been used to try to simplify those indicators. And what I would perhaps like to understand in the next couple of minutes is, especially perhaps from Professor Giovannini and also from Dr. Sato, is what do you see as some of the pros and cons of various methods? So I think, Dr. Sato, you've explored purely statistical methods to try to achieve this. Professor Giovannini, I would also like to understand, perhaps, I think, you ended up with 31 indicators. Perhaps what were some of the debates, the contentious issues that emerge among the groups? I guess it was perhaps a mix of statistics. You presented the framework, so I understand there was a framework, but then there's statistical methods, correlation and analysis and matrices, perhaps also expert judgment that went into this. So could you perhaps enter the black box of what happened in these discussions about how to identify those indicators? And perhaps to the both of you and others around the room also, do we agree that essentially to identify a sort of a headline set of SDG indicators that would be perhaps particularly relevant and more operational, we need to build basically on methods that would combine various approaches, statistics, yes, but also perhaps expert judgment as well, and perhaps other lessons that we've learned from the literature. So that would be perhaps, and again, Dr. Sato, you put out there some questions also, but if you could perhaps also share from your side, and Professor Giovannini also from your side, your reflections on this, because the two of you have made very already some propositions about this, and perhaps if you could share also the pros and cons of the various methods to simplify the indicator framework. Perhaps starting with you, Dr. Sato, and then perhaps Professor Giovannini.
So, I presented one research which is streamlining data set by purely using correlation, but we never proposed that we only count on the statistical method because it loses a lot of important indicators, which is not correlated to anything, but still it's very important. So I think there is. We should not count only on statistical analysis to identify quantities. But on the other hand, if we count on only expert judgment-based selection of co-indicators, that could also end up with a set of indicators which has a lot of correlation between indicators. For example, SDG has 17 goals, and which are basically divided by thematic areas. So if the indicators are selected in each thematic areas, then it will there is high risk of ignoring a lot of synergies, linkages, which Dr. Pradan just emphasized. So I think it's important to understand and be aware of these interlinkages between indicators of different sectors. So I think my suggestion is to combine between these statistical linkages analysis as well as expert judgment-based selection of indicators based on, for example, principles set in the case of beyond GDP indicator sets. So there should be some kind of principles of selection, and which is applied by a group of experts to indicators. But we should not forget doing some analysis of interlinkages between different indicators.
Very good. Professor Giovannini, can I also ask you to share with us a little bit some of the debates within the group around the identification of those headline indicators that emerged?
Yeah, as you can imagine, the discussion was quite intense. The good news is that we didn't have very much time to come out with the conclusion. This is why we relied on we asked, for example, international organizations, experts in specific fields to recommend among the very many indicators that are available, the best, let's say, according to various criteria. On the other hand, we knew that we would have liked to have indicators much more representative of the concept, but we knew that those indicators were not available. So we had to combine the feasibility principle with the precision in terms of coherence between valuable indicators and our conceptual framework. But this is why we recommended on specific points that international organizations should take the lead to fill the gaps. For example, we discovered, and that was quite interesting also from a political perspective, that we don't have any harmonized UN stamped, I would say, set of indicators of human rights. Although human rights is one of the fundamental pieces of the Charter of United Nations. And the same applies to planetary boundaries, where we have a lot of proposals by academics, very interesting, very important, for example, the Stockholm Resilience Center and others, but official statisticians have not put their official stamp on them. So what we hope is to also provoke and stimulate a speed movement by the international organizations, as it was done when the SDGs were designed, in order to have standards for those indicators for which we do not have even statistical standards, or to speed up the production of data. In our paper, in our report, we recommend to follow the same three-tier approach that was used by UN for the SDGs. But let me conclude here with one big question, or as we normally say, is the elephant in the room. If I had to choose in 2027 between reopening the Pandora box of indicators in a context of very low international cooperation spirit, and to keep going with the current set of indicators, I would not have any doubt in keeping the current indicators and move forward. Because we know that some countries, some political groups just are waiting for this kind of discussion to kill the 2030 agenda, to kill the post-2030 agenda. And as for the overall 2030 agenda, the SDGs will be indeed a battlefield where those countries who want to stop the process will play their influential role. So any discussion, I think, will need to take into consideration this overall world state of cooperation. And from this point of view, we hope that with our framework, which is not subject, let's say, to any commitment, official commitment by international organizations or by member countries, we can proceed with the measurement of equitable and sustainable well-being at national, regional, and the global level, even if the discussion on SDGs and post-2030 agenda would face difficult moments.
Thank you very much, Professor, for also bringing up this this important argument around the desirability or the aspirations, but also the political feasibility of all of this into the discussion. For those also here around the table, of course, we'll all remember, and in the next session we'll have people that actually took part in the negotiations of the SDGs in 2015. But there was a negotiation on the goals and the targets on one hand, and then a separate negotiations also afterwards on the indicator framework as well. So they were part of two separate processes. I see Prajal has his hand up. Perhaps we'll need to wrap up this session very shortly. Into the beginning, of course, of a discussion. This is a kickoff workshop, so we'll go back to the various speakers also in the coming weeks and months. And again, we'll share also all the slides. But this is the start, and we're just scratching the surface of future work that we plan to do with JICA ORI today. But please, if there's any comments, questions, also I'm looking at my colleagues online as well. We'll start with Prajal, perhaps Guillaume, and then if online there are questions also or comments, we'll go to them. Prajal first and then Guillaume.
Yeah, maybe like I would like to mention that I don't like. Yeah, I question the hypothesis that government cannot deal with many indicators because there are many indicators data that government are using from different sectors. So recently, I was on Friday, I was having a meeting with National Planning Commission of Nepal and giving my talk a bit more elaborated one. Yeah, and one of the things that National Planning Commission of Nepal appreciated about SDGs was how they were able to look at development in a holistic way, yeah, with all those data sets and so on. And government of Nepal has even proposed like 425 or something like this indicator for 400 indicator to measure their progress. So basically here, I'm just, while listening to the discussion, I was just thinking, you know, like our focus need to be on action and implementations, rather than, you know, like whether this is the core indicator or that is the core indicator. So focus is still on action. Focus need to be to walk on the path rather than, you know, like this is the short path or this is the long path. And then from different government, I'm also hearing issue about data verifications. You see a perfect data of open defecation, like elimination of open defecation on the paper, but if you go around the villages, yeah, there is no toilets. Yeah, so when there is low data, when there is less number of data, then it might be easy to fabricate less number of data than more data. Let's have some reflection on that. Saying that, I'm not against having some indices or aggregated indicator that reflect things. For example, with UNDP, there is this exercise going on to come up with nature relationship index, which will be published somewhere in September, not September, but somewhere in October, November, along with Human Development Index report. Now, basically, the idea is like not to have any boundaries, but like planetary boundaries, but to think a bit more about aspiration, like Human Development Index as an aspiration index for the nature as well, called Nature Relationship Index. So I just want to reflect on this with these 4 points.
Yeah, no, thank you, Prajal. And I think you're right. Of course, governments can measure a number of things. I think where there's been perhaps a failure is the incorporation of the monitoring with the rest of the policy cycle. So how much is that monitoring that is done? You know, a lot of governments report their official SDG indicators to the UN. Some have 100 indicators or 98 indicators. In Europe, Eurostat has 98, 99 indicators. France, the same. But then how much, those 100, more than 100 indicators, are they incorporated in the rest of the policy cycle, the budgeting, the planning? I think our analysis at SDSN would suggest that it's very limited. It's sort of a siloed exercise. And could it be that if we have a more reduced or headline or more operational set of indicators that could allow to connect it with the rest of the policy cycle, that could be the case. I know, and the professor is still there with us, Eurostat is monitoring the SDGs for Europe. At some point, the European Commission incorporated an SDG annex within the European semester process, which is the lead process in Europe for macroeconomic coordination. So that was just an effort to start incorporating this assessment within the rest of the policy framework. But I think we see still a lot of gaps in the incorporation of the monitoring with the rest of the policy cycle in government. And actually, in the next session, we'll actually hear from a number of governments on the usage of the SDG indicators also, in the rest of policy making. I know Guillaume had a comment or a question, and then perhaps online, do we have questions or comments? Otherwise, we will need to close the session because we're way behind schedule. So Guillaume, and then
a very short comment that echoes something that someone said in the chat, actually. Just a comment, something that I haven't really heard of, and I really like Professor Rial's slide on comparing the number of indicators of data availability across different global reports. And the difference we see between, for instance, the SDSN's SDR and UNSD report, for instance, a lot of that difference, it has to do with the UN's motto of country-owned and country-led idea, which is, so each indicator has a custodian agency, but they have to go look for that data point with the actual member states. And that sort of creates these data gaps that sometimes really don't need to exist, except for, very practical multilateralism reasons. We don't want to impose data on anyone. So I think simplifying the framework also would help with that there are many gaps that have to do with the countries not having the statistical capacity to calculate many of them, but so having less of them would make that simpler. But I would be interested in hearing sort of the root's reaction on is the country-owned, country-led model really still a necessity, an absolute necessity for the framework to work within the UN, or is it something we could maybe move away from?
This is a comment. So I don't know if there's any response to Guillaume's point or any final comments, questions, suggestions, anything burning. I'm just looking around the room here.
Reaction about the country one. It depends upon the ownership. So if the country doesn't, if we give the data and the country doesn't want that, whatever we do doesn't make sense. If the country agree on that, then it's fine. If the countries doesn't agree on that, then whatever we do will not make sense.
But this pipeline doesn't currently exist, right? Like for the UN to say, oh, listen, we do have some data for you on indicator X, point X, which would be okay with that. This pipeline is not.
There is, isn't it? Like that's what the interagency expert group meeting was doing. This is how the indicator was approved. Like custodian agency was proposing certain methodology and so on, and then there was a member country who started discussing about those and accepting that methodology. Now, the methodology was developed by UN agencies for that.
Yeah. I am a part of the SDGs, and I very much feel like they are sometimes going against the current across the larger UNSD environment. So I do feel like this, like their effort is commendable, but it's not systematic, I feel, across the UN system.
I have one point. I think, and from my experience from Thailand, I think even among the UN custodian agency, they also have to, they're also struggling with how they work with the monitoring system in each country. For example, one goal under the target and the indicators, like Thailand, we have different agencies that taking care of each indicators. So when the UN, the custodian agency, they have to talk with several government agencies in order to get the data, or even don't get the data because they found that there's no data collection at that indicators. So that's reality in the national level. Yeah.
Perhaps go on again. Okay. Amelia, and then we'll close that session and move to the last session. Yeah.
The wording and the language itself also matters, because even if we talk about country-owned and custodian agency and so on, it comes back to a human nature, well, this is mine. So I'm not sure if that is not already reflecting part of the challenge of complementarity, of mutual synergies, because in the moment where one institution considers that this is mine, my territory, and having worked with UNICEF for 2 decades, I know how prevalent that kind of mindset can be between agencies, but also within agencies. So I'm just wondering if it might get worse as we're now preparing for the post-2030 to also maybe think about more unconventional aspects in terms of making monitoring and measurement valuable, which is human nature, and just the simple fact that the human being is not a rational decision maker. And that a lot of the me and mine when it comes to data measurement when it comes to mandates might actually jeopardize what is at the end of the day the aim of this. And maybe to start from the reverse with reverse engineering, what is the final outcome? Want human beings that are healthy, that live in an environment that is sustainable, and right now it's not sustainable. And then the other one was a question for Professor Giovanni. But did the question of meaning come up? Did the question of humans looking for spiritual grounding, for meaning in a world that is complex? And because I know there's a lot of discussion going on about the immaterial goals. So has that also been part of the streams that you were discussing? Thank you.
Mr. Giovanni, I think there was a specific question addressed
yes.
to you, and then we'll hear your response, and then we'll close this session. Over to you, Professor.
Yes, thank you. We had a quite extensive discussion on the issue of spirituality, and we had also a discussion organized at the Vatican on this topic by Sabine Alcaire, who, as you know, has been working a lot on the multidimensional poverty, but also on the Bhutanese well-being framework, framework. Again, we did not really enter into the capacity, we didn't have the capacity of selecting this kind of indicators, also because we have an issue that I briefly mentioned before in terms of model-based indicators, but it's about subjective indicators, where I would like to underline that member countries refused to include in SDGs any subjective indicators. And during our discussion with UNGA, with the General Assembly in preparation of this resolution, several countries put questions on subjective indicators per se, independently from the fact that a lot of statistical offices do not collect this kind of data. In our report, we clearly say that the subjective dimension cannot be discarded. But we also recognize that at the world level, there is only very few surveys, mainly carried out by private companies such as Gallup, or NGOs, or universities. But again, on this issue, official statisticians are very prudent or even negative. So we try to open a door. But from the very first discussions with the General Assembly, we see some resistances. Why? Well, it's understandable, especially if member countries see this as a risk of a political judgment, not simply a reflection of subjective well-being of people. Some of them seeing this kind of surveys against as a risk for their power. So you see, this is a very complicated topic, which is relevant also for human rights, because you may have a perfect legislation, but in practice, human rights are not respected. Therefore, the measurement of subjective perception of your freedom is absolutely necessary. So this is a very complex topic, and I'm very curious to see what the General Assembly will say. And based on their answer on our recommendations, I would suggest, if, as I hope, there will be a sort of openness on this, a much stronger commitment by national statistical offices to go in this direction. especially from some member countries.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Guillaume, may I just in 1 minute answer another question that came in the chat?
Please, yeah, go ahead.
Which is about the artificial intelligence. We had another very long discussion on whether we had to include the technological dimension in our framework. And we ended with including this dimension in the section that we did not cover of the so-called enablers. Of course, we know, and the data now, evidence shows that artificial intelligence or social media or internet and so on can do a lot of very positive things, but also can harm some dimensions of our societies. So instead of entering into a never-ending debate on that, we are suggesting to look at the final outcomes, the state of population. For example, the health population, the health status, not only looking at the physical health, but also mental health. So you see, we didn't include the tools such as AI into our framework, or we put it in the enablers together with other possible tools that really forge our societies and make people better or worse off. Thank you.
Thank you, Enrico. And again, I think it's very valuable to have you here because you just concluded a very important process at the UN, which specifically aimed to identify a headline set of indicators, in this case on beyond GDP. So your experience and the insights that you are sharing with the group here is extremely important and relevant for us. And we'll probably tap into also more into your expertise in the coming months as part of this initiative.
With pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for being with us. With that, I think we'll close this session on simplifying the indicator framework. And we will move to the last session before the wrap up, which is perhaps more on, I mean, we discussed the data challenges, the opportunities provided by new technologies. We had a discussion about various initiatives that try to leverage several methodologies to simplify the framework. Now we want to also bring in some of the users of the data. So we'll have some national governments here sharing their experience with the SDG indicators, but also some of the people that were involved at the time with framing and negotiating the SDGs, including also discussing the accountability infrastructure that is behind the goal, the VNR process, and also, for instance, the Global Sustainable Development Report. So we are very privileged to have with us Ambassador David Donoghue, who's the former permanent representative of Ireland to the UN. Ambassador Donoghue was, of course, one of the co-facilitators of the SDG negotiations before 2015. Ambassador, we've been tapping into your expertise a lot recently because we are about to enter into formal negotiations. Again, as I mentioned at the beginning, right after the SDG Summit in 2027. This will be the official kickstart of the Post-2030 negotiations. So we would love to hear from you and hear also from the lessons that you had from your experience as a negotiator. What do you see in terms of big priorities when it comes to strengthening the monitoring and the accountability framework in the next era of sustainable development? The floor is yours. Again, we're going to try to stick to about 5 minutes interventions, and we'll then open the floor for questions and comments. David, over to you. Oh, I think you might be on mute.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Great pleasure to be here, or at least virtually here. I wish I was in KL itself. Guillaume, yeah, I'll address the points you raised. My role, as you say, was to in fact chair the negotiations on the SDGs with my Kenyan colleague. We happily allowed the indicators, as you mentioned, to be handled separately in a process which concluded several months later. We did that for very good reasons, that we realized that those indicators would be best served by a process which was entirely technical, neutral, objective, based on scientific evidence. We did not want political considerations to enter into them, and I think by and large that was achieved. But to answer your first question about how to strengthen accountability generally, I'll talk first about the high-level political forum and the voluntary national reviews and so on, but I wanted then to come to the indicators in a second. The last 10 years have shown some strengths in terms of what we agreed for monitoring and accountability, but also a fair number of weaknesses. And one huge weakness is the budgetary limitations of the UN. The fact that a tiny amount of time is made available, in other words, is funded to allow countries to actually come and present their VNRs and indeed increasingly VLRs. That is a major weakness, and it has to be addressed by the countries who are the largest donors. One is a very obvious problematic case here, and Enrico Giovannini made a very good point when he talked about certain countries planning perhaps to try to kill the SDGs. I'll say no more than that. We have to be conscious that we are not facing into as rosy a situation for the negotiation of the next agenda as we were for the last one. The reforms I would like to see, assuming that we have something like the current agenda going forward, would include a much better provision for the cross-cutting aspects of the agenda to be picked up. There's too much of an emphasis on national performance, not enough on lessons which we learned from each other. There aren't actually enough formats to allow lesson learning, to allow civil society and other stakeholders to intervene. So we need, number one, more resources to allow the UN to provide more time, literally, for the HLPF each year. And we need a much more flexible set of arrangements which would do justice to the holistic nature of the agenda, and most of all to the mutual learning, which I think hasn't really been addressed. Issues like leaving no one behind have not been given enough attention. So very, very briefly, I'll move to obviously the data challenge has been well covered. The quality of our monitoring and accountability depends on all 193 member states being in a position to provide the data they need in order to furnish their reports. Many of them are not getting that data. They haven't got the capacities, and that is a huge deficit in terms of what we set out to do in 2015. On the indicators, I have a certain sympathy with the idea that we should try to simplify them by having a smaller set, if you like, of essential indicators, and then a remaining set of, I think it has been called optional. I instinctively like that approach, because the biggest problem for me is the number of smaller countries with weak administrative and statistical systems who are not able to make their full contribution in terms of data. We, the global north, have to help them, and one way we can help them is by simplifying the range and in some ways the content of the indicators which we're using. Yes, I appreciate that if we are to address, for example, leave no one behind, that means disaggregating a lot of data, in other words, going into a lot more detail. But on the other hand, I think there's overall a risk of being too perfectionist. We need to have a more manageable set of essential indicators. I would pick randomly a figure of 50. I think the 17 doesn't quite work, because I think one or two have mentioned this before. There are aspects which go beyond the individual goals. There are the interactions between the goals, the synergies and trade-offs, and there are also issues around financial commitments, which I suspect will loom larger next time. I mean, for example, Goal 17 itself implies that there will be very specific, concrete commitments made by the global north, and I think we haven't heard the last of that. So, if you like, there are a number of issues which are cross-cutting, go beyond the individual 17 goals. That's why my instinct would be something like 50, but I'm picking that figure from the air. The optional indicators would then be things which a country can mention in its reports if it wants to, but it doesn't have to. So in effect, we are saying to the countries with the weakest statistical collection systems, you just need to report on a given number of indicators. I'm calling it 50, and that is, I think it's a good way to proceed. We want to get everybody involved, and we're not getting everybody involved at the moment. There is a risk that we will let the best be the enemy of the good. I know that there are structural problems. One is that some of the goals do not lend themselves to quantifiable measurement, and some earlier speakers made good points there, including the point about human rights not being subject to quantifiable measurement. I know that Goal 16 is particularly challenging, but there are 3 or 4 others. All I can say is I think within the essential indicators, we still have to try to improve what we are doing on those more challenging goals. So that's probably my 5 minutes, Guillaume. I hope I've been comprehensible. So to sum up, I believe in reducing the current set of indicators to about 50, and in the reason being that we need to keep this as a single global agenda. I'm not in favor of, by the way, of having sort of separate indicators for, if you like, a set of global indicators which then would have subsections relating to individual regions. I think let us keep the concept of a single set of global indicators, and then later on, as it were, and separately, if individual regions see merit in having, let's say, a set of regional indicators for Africa, for parts of Africa, that's fine. But we need to start with a set of global indicators respecting the global nature of the agenda. Last point I'll make is that my sense is that over the last 10 years, many national governments have not actually been able or maybe willing to develop national indicators. That was always an option which we made clear in 2015. We envisaged that the global indicators would be matched by national ones, but that doesn't seem to have been taken up, and I suspect the reason is capacity restraints. I think European countries have developed some, but on the whole, we are looking at, I think, global indicators and possibly some regional indicators as the likeliest way forward. I don't really believe that we're going to get much in the way of national sets. I could be wrong, but it comes down to resources. So hope that's been clear, and thank you for a very, very interesting workshop.
Very clear, David, very, very clear. And again, very useful to get your views since you were at the heart of the previous negotiations. Just for you to know, David, so we did a survey at SDSN, which was presented in the latest Sustainable Development Report, and we tried to track how many, we had about 60 countries covered, how many countries did develop indeed national SDG indicators. So that's not equivalent to reporting, to having a data portal that reports on the status of SDG indicators, but properly having done an exercise to identify what are the indicators that are particularly relevant for the country. We had about 58.5% of the countries that we covered that did develop this. Now, the approaches are very different. It goes from countries that have 50 or 60 indicators to countries that have 150 and 200 indicators. And what we notice also is very few integration, as I said before, with the rest of the policy cycle. So the budget process, the planning process, and so on. So I just wanted to share this because we do have some data around this. Now, please stay with us because I'm sure there will be also comments, questions on these issues. And now let's move to Marianne Verschijn. You're a senior associate at the German Institute for International and Security Affairs. You've done a lot of work on the VNR process, but you're also, I believe, part of the independent group of scientists as well that is working on the GSDR with Phoebe. So Marianne, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. I organized my input around 3 questions since you asked me to talk about the high-level political forum on sustainable development. The first question is, what is the HLPF? Second is, what role does the indicator framework play? And the last one is then about potential reforms. So what is the HLPF, the High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development? What is it not, and what has changed over time? With the adoption of the 2030 agenda, the HLPF was designed to be something like the central governance hub for the SDGs. It was given, and I quote, a central role in overseeing a network of follow-up and review processes for assessing progress in the implementation of sustainable development commitments. And on this basis, then the forum shall give political leadership guidance and recommendations for the future implementation of sustainable development. So that is the core mission of the HLPF. It is important to note that it's not a monitoring system. Back in 2014-15, member states could not agree on this language. They chose to call it follow-up and review rather than monitoring and evaluation or monitoring, reporting, and verification. Governments stated that the goals are non-binding, and they expressed that they are primarily or only, that's actually even in paras of the 2030 agenda, primarily or only accountable to their own citizens, not to the UN or other member states. Nevertheless, the state-led process around the voluntary national reviews at the HLPF enjoys broad participation. We have more than 400 voluntary national reviews that have been presented. But the HLPF is mainly about peer learning and mutual experience sharing, and not so much about monitoring and evaluation. In doing so, it builds on the regional forums, and as David mentioned, now we also see many voluntary local reviews. So it is a multi-level governance system that involves not only governments, but also sub-state and non-governmental actors as parliamentarians, mayors, other representatives of local governments, civil society, private sector representatives, scientists and experts, international organizations, and others. And it is important that this 8-day meeting of the HLPF is just the icing on the cake. What really matters are the national and local level preparatory processes, and then hopefully also the follow-up of lessons learned. Ideally, the international forum benefits from the national level learning, and vice versa. The national level participants will benefit from lessons learned shared at the international meeting. And that's then the basis of the political guidance that the HLPF is expected to provide. The HLPF has also a history of reform. There have been 3 rounds of UN General Assembly negotiations on the review of the HLPF's format and organizational aspects in 2021, 24, and this year, 26. But unfortunately, there have been almost no significant progress. Only minor changes have been agreed, which was again due to conflicts, particularly over sovereignty and budget implications. So what role does the indicator framework play at present? The UN Secretary General and the UN Statistics Division officially launched the official annual SDG progress report during the opening session of the HLPF. It's a very short 5-minute presentation, mostly aggregate figures and some trends. Each annual HLPF conducts then more in-depth reviews of 5 to 6 so-called SDGs in focus. And at the beginning of each panel session, there's a very short data snapshot. And there's no mandate to present national level data, only aggregate data. There's a specific evaluation for certain groups of countries, African countries, LDCs, LLDCs, middle-income countries, and SIDS. And for their VNRs, for the voluntary national reviews, countries work with their own data and cherry pick what is reported and what data is used. And this is also because there are only voluntary UN Secretary General guidelines for preparing the VNRs. So the reforms. How could the HLPF be improved? Actually, there are many recommendations in the literature that we will assess for the 2027 Global Sustainable Development Report, but we don't have no time for all this here. So for now, I'll conclude with a few remarks that focus on the indicator framework. First, a word of caution. I fully agree with Professor Enrico Giovannini. Then on the opening of the Pandora's box, we need to be very careful here. Moreover, my colleague Laura Powers from the Pathfinders has recently argued, and I quote, "It is crucial to recognize that major shifts in goals, targets, and indicators could jeopardize significant investments and hard-won gains. In the context of the pushback of the 2030 agenda, maintaining continuity in data systems is essential," still quoting, "especially for countries with limited resources where dismantling or redesigning existing systems would be costly, counterproductive, and risk eroding the trust and capacity built over the past decade. The priority must be to protect and enhance the existing data capacities while continuing to adapt and improve systems to meet national priorities and local strength needs." So for me, what matters most is that the HLPF and its participants actually work with the data, make data more relevant for the SDGs reviews, the VNRs, and the international and country level follow-up. A set of headline indicators may be one way to highlight certain aspects, but there are also other options. For example, evaluate the data and provide a much clearer explanation of what it means for the actual implementation of the SDGs. We need a Hans Rosling approach of communicating and visualizing data and trends. If you're not familiar with this Swedish researcher, please looking up online. This kind of translation is needed to help policy makers act on the insights provided by the data. Disaggregated data, digital means, as Phoebe mentioned, citizen data, this is all part of this. And also linking it better with other data, like from Human Rights Council reporting and other UN processes. Now we have beyond GDP. Hopefully member states will agree to work with this. So last but not least, to wrap up, I think it's also important to work with and combine data from beyond the indicator system to study correlations with policy shifts. Only this will help governments and other decision makers tackle the how question and establish which policies and measures have made a difference. So the linking of the outcome and the measures that have been mentioned before, because this is more than just measuring trends. It's about what works. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marianne. I guess just on your last point, I guess the connection between the outcome and the policy shifts. It's true that if you have to do this with 200 or 230 indicators, it's very complicated. And so it's also, I guess, connected to our previous discussion around the simplification and the need to identify some of the drivers of progress with a simplified indicator framework as well. Stay with us because I think there might also be comments and questions for you. You've done a lot of work also on the voluntary national review process, the HLPF, and so on. So that's very interesting to get your perspective on all of this. We're going to shift from sort of the global level to users at the national level. So we're happy to have with us Mr. Asfazam Kasbani, who's the director here of the National SDG Center at the Ministry of Economy in Malaysia. It's interesting because colleagues previously mentioned the increased number of voluntary local reviews. Malaysia, in our report, is actually one of those countries that has done a lot of voluntary local reviews as well. So please, Mr. Asfazam Kasbani, if you could share with us also the experience of Malaysia and the use of SDG indicators.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be invited by Sino University to be also participating in this dialogue. I will touch on 4 areas. The first one is on institutional setup in Malaysia, and number 2 is on the policy implementation, linking to policy shifts in some way, and the third one is about data. And last but not least is about monitoring and evaluation. I mean, the concept of SDG in Malaysia, I would pretty much say that has been already embedded in the government system. Malaysia has been active in the local agenda 21 many years back, come Millennium Development Goals, MDG, year 2000 to 2015, and now is in the SDG era, right? So in the structure itself, Malaysia's development planning as translated in the Malaysia Plan, now is 13 Malaysia Plan, pretty much looks into the whole governing, the whole SDG matters, social, economic, environment, and that per se. And that itself is actually reached the highest level of governance in terms of its implementation and so approval of projects, initiatives, and all that. Under the SDG banner, the government in 2022 has agreed to set up the National SDG Council, which is chaired by the Prime Minister himself. So, and underneath that, Malaysia has also a steering committee meeting chaired by the Minister of Economy. And down there is a technical committee meeting, and down there are few others working committee meetings, various ministries looking into thematic areas, well-being, environment issues, SDG localization, and all that. And on top of that, in the spirit of SDG, leaving no one behind, whole of nation approach, which we have been accepted for many years now. We have also representatives from the NGOs, CSOs, as well as private sectors, which is co-chaired by Sanui University and Bursa Malaysia. So what it means is that in implementing SDG in Malaysia, it's not just the government alone doing it. It's also idea and efforts by various parties, including the CSOs, as well as NGOs, as well as private sectors. Okay, number one. Number two, just now I mentioned about the RMK 13 Malaysia Plan. So if you look into 13 Malaysia Plan, it's actually very comprehensive. Malaysia practiced this medium-term planning, five-year plan, and now we are already 13th period. So from beginning from 2026 until 2030. It also shows right in the implementation of the final phase of SDG. So we are hoping that by 2030, we are able to tick the box and achieve most of the SDG issues and gaps in Malaysia. But definitely there are many other development issues going on still in Malaysia. While we are having a good electricity here, as simple as that, but in Sabah and Sarawak, some parts of Malaysia, there are some gaps and pockets here and there. Right? So what I'm trying to say is the policy itself has already catered for SDG. And we are looking at federal level policy. And this has also mirrored at the state as well as the local authority level. If you go to the Sabah state policy, for instance, they have this policy. They call it Sabah Maju Jaya 2030. Sabah going forward 2030, which pretty much mirror the Malaysia Plan, mirror the Sustainable Development Goals. Sarawak post-COVID 2030 also has, because of that COVID, it also an opportunity for them to look into how they would ensure that their state development actually align with the SDG and also Malaysia Plan. Okay, the third one, data. I've been hearing tons of discussion about data just now, and much of it I pretty much agreeable. But the problem is at the federal level. I'm actually from the National SDG Center, looking to Malaysia's monitoring, implementing, analyzing SDG data for Malaysia as a whole. So, and we pretty much support the national data, which is gathered by the National Stats Office, NSO, which is actually DOSM, right? Department of Statistics Malaysia, is the official data for Malaysia. So if you look at it, only 84% is actually available for SDG indicators. I'm talking about the indicators. SDG, we have 17 goals to 169 targets and 251 indicators. So only 84% is available. But more than that, we are also looking into the local level. And at the local level, only 33% data available. So my point is, as much as we would like the data to be comprehensive, and I saw that maybe a simple set of indicators would also better in going forward. The issue is the capability of our NSO, National Stats Office, the capability of our policymakers, the capability of our state level policymakers and also government in getting the right data to really reflect their development. It is an issue. Actually, it's been, although there are efforts to make sure that the data is available as we go along, but I foresee by 2030 we still have gap in terms of getting those. So it's not that long. It's just 3 or 4 years down the road, right? So putting more or adding more indicators will definitely give a challenge to countries like Malaysia. Last but not least, on MNE, I would put it as a simple reporting kind of practice. Malaysia has produced its third VNR report, and we were there at HLPF. I was there last year, July. So I think the spirit of that is pretty much because it is actually a post-4-year reporting. It's pretty much reporting what Malaysia has done, what are the achievements, what are the challenges, and those kind of things. And then what we think these are the accelerated initiatives going forward to 2030. But what we like about the whole idea of HLPF is sharing best practice, learning from each other. It doesn't matter whether you are developed countries or upper middle income countries like Malaysia. But there is an element of sharing of what's good in other countries and what can we learn from them. So in the context of monitoring, that is VNR. Sorry, that is VNR. When talking about local reporting, we are now Malaysia has 156 local authorities. So in Malaysia, we inherit this governance from the British days, right? Federal, state, and also the local authorities. So we have 13 states. We have 156 local authorities. 156 out of 156, 56 reports is actually available for Malaysia, and Malaysia is actually among the countries that produce the highest VLR as of now. Some of it is on the way to the UN to be published, but it is not a requirement under HLPF. But nonetheless, is also a commitment by the local authorities to really reflect their SDG implementation at their local level. So what we did now, when we monitor our data, is pretty much from the policy that we have. We then identify what will be the targets by 2030. By 31st December 2030, what will be the targets for each indicator? The targets here, don't be confused with targets of SDG. Here is more on KPI, key performance index, or the value of the indicators. And then we then do a simple regression, linear regression, and then we project those. And the current analysis that we have shows that we will be around 49% will be achieved. And that is based on DOSM's data from 2023. And unofficially, we foresee that the figure will be higher based on Blossom's data 2024. Because we have yet to go into the council, I think Andrews know the figure, but we have yet to go to the council. So what I can say is the figure is much more positive. Yeah. So if we want to compare to the Sustainable Development Report published by the UN in 2025, is around 18% global performance. But the recent one is actually slightly less, around 15%. So I think Malaysia is pretty much above that, but there are still improvements and also gaps that needs to be addressed, especially at data level. So I think I stop there. My last statement pretty much about I think Malaysia looks forward for any efforts, any initiatives to ensure that data is better, robust, and easily trackable. I'm using trackable in my own language. So otherwise, it's just very superficial. It's just too complicated. If you attempt to understand the metadata, it's actually very complicated. Not many people can understand it. So I think it goes back to the capacity of the NSO and also the policymakers to understand those and try to find the data as best possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kasbani, for sharing the experience of the Malaysia SDG National Center, and also, of course, for the experience of the SDG Council here in Malaysia, chaired by the Prime Minister, who was actually with us today in the conference that SDSN was organizing on the GB ASEAN. You mentioned, of course, the issues around data availability and data gaps in Malaysia, but this is also the session where, indeed, the idea is to understand from the users also how these SDG data are being used and connected with the rest of the policy cycle. And I think it's interesting, and perhaps you could share a little bit more within the SDG National Center in Malaysia. How are the national and international assessments of SDG indicators, how are they discussed and perhaps connected with perhaps the planning departments or the budgeting departments, for instance? Are there discussions where the NSOs presents the progress of the indicators, and is that connected with other functions within governments, including planning and budgeting? If you could share perhaps just quickly some...
Yeah, quick one. I mean, there are few other major things going on, but one of them is actually on roadmap. We have this initiative, we call it as Sustainable Development Goals Phase 3 roadmap. Phase 3 means 2026 and 2030. So what it tends to do is we want to know what each ministries, what each agency is doing to support the indicators by 2030. So by having this kind of basic analysis of data that we got, we will then tell the ministries, agencies that you are either underperforming or you are on track in getting things done by 2030. So it's very important actually. The data helps us in terms of connecting what needs to be done with them. And it's also to tell them that, because to be frank, I'm sure in many other countries as well, the implementation is done on silo basis. In the Ministry of Works, we look into the bridges, the roads and all that. They don't know much about the impacts of that, right? And the impacts of that usually will go across social, economic, health and all that, right? So that's the role of the Ministry of Economy, that's the role of National SDG Center to tell them that, hey, your bridge, your roads, your electricity, your digital connectivity helps the people living in Sabah, Sarawak in achieving their human development aspect. But yeah, the connection is there. Challenges definitely there, especially when you are liaising with agencies, ministries who is only focusing on their scope or their mandate in terms of getting the infrastructure done. without understanding what's behind it. That even still in Malaysia, we have that kind of thinking still.
Very good. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kasbani. And what you're saying is basically connected to what Jeff said at the opening of the meeting, that this is a very complex agenda for governments to implement because, of course, it cuts across various ministries and departments. And often some of these transformations do require actually to work across departments and ministries because there are synergies, trade-offs across those various indicators.
Chair, I actually have a video. Are you okay with that?
Maybe at the end, because we have speakers here and we're behind schedule, so perhaps you say you have a video? Okay, perhaps at the end, if we have perhaps the time at the end, that might be a nice concluding video at the end of the workshop. But let's move to our next speakers. We have now Dr. Cameron Allen from Monash University. I think Cameron is with us. Yes, Cameron. You've done a lot of work on data. You've also published a very important paper on a theory of change for Post-2030. So please share with us your thoughts on this discussion. Over to you, Cameron.
Well, thanks very much, Guillaume. I might just share a few slides if I may. Can you see those?
Yes, we can see. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Brilliant. Well, thanks for inviting me to speak. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. It's been a really interesting discussion so far. I'll jump straight in. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our Post-2030 initiative, as well as this theory of change approach to SDGs monitoring and review. So quickly on the Post-2030 initiative, it's an initiative that we launched in 2024, which brings together SDG scholars and experts who have been doing research on the SDGs over the last decade or so. It's co-convened by Monash University, where I work, and the Stockholm Environment Institute. And we've been doing a workshop series and joint activities to basically try to synthesize and then bring together some practical recommendations to feed into the post-2030 negotiations. We've had a workshop in Jakarta and in Stockholm, and we have another one coming up in Kuala Lumpur. And the first phase has really been about synthesizing evidence and lessons learned from the SDGs and from the academic research that's been done. And phase two will be sort of developing more practical proposals for post-2030. And one of the outputs that we've had so far is this theory of change approach to assess post-2030 proposals, which is what Guillaume just mentioned. So this is a paper that we published in Science in January this year. And I guess the framing is really that, there's many different proposals that are coming out now to make, potential improvements or changes or revisions to the post-2030 agenda. And if we take a step back and take a theory of change approach, it can help us to assess their impact and feasibility. So, if we want to design proposals around improving the post-2030 monitoring framework and review framework, it's important to consider a few questions. What is the problem and the gap or barrier that needs to be addressed? Is it an important barrier? How would this proposal actually address it? And would it do it effectively? And is the proposal also, feasible technically, financially, and politically, particularly given the context that we find ourselves, the multilateral context at the moment? So if we want to put forward proposals on the post-2030 monitoring and review framework, I think to begin with, it's important to have a clear diagnosis of what has and hasn't worked in relation to monitoring and review. And I won't go into this diagram in a lot of detail. If you're interested, you can take a look at the paper. But this is what we call an implicit theory of change, which we extracted from the post-2030 agenda. And there's sort of a central pathway moving from top to bottom that you can see running down the middle there, which is really, the assumption with the SDGs is that the adoption of global goals will lead national governments to localize them and incorporate them into their strategies, set national targets, etc. These will then lead to the mobilization of actors and resources, which will ultimately, deliver the transformations that we're after and achieve the SDGs. And this central pathway is then supported by, what we call the means of implementation, which is your capacity building, finance, governance, technology and innovation, and on the left-hand side in blue, the monitoring and review and feedback component of the 2030 agenda. And there's assumptions built into the monitoring and review framework as well that, there's an assumption that, collecting more national data, including these regular monitoring and review provisions will support global oversight through the high-level political forum. It will increase transparency and accountability. It will improve the availability of evidence for decision-making, and it will lead to improved strategies and implementation. But I guess the question is, has this, have these assumptions actually played out in practice? And I think, they have to some degree. There's certainly things that have worked with the monitoring and review framework. And I think the SDGs have really strengthened the supply and visibility of sustainable development evidence. We have this common global indicator framework. We have more data, expanded coverage and availability, more comparability across countries. We have stronger statistical capacities. There's been a lot of work building national statistical capacities to monitor the SDGs. We have, almost universal coverage of countries submitting VNRs. Many have done 2, 3, or even more than that. And overall, I think it has supported transparency as well as peer learning and peer exchange through the HLPF. In terms of what hasn't worked well, I would argue that the SDGs have really created only a weak feedback from this, this supply of evidence to improve decisions, actions, resource allocations. And ultimately, these are the things that drive progress. And some of the challenges have been that, this has been discussed a lot today, this broad and complex framework's difficult to operationalize. But also, the review provisions in the VNRs, they're voluntary. They've often been quite superficial. I think someone earlier called them selfies, and they've lacked any validation. The increased volume of evidence hasn't immediately translated into better decisions or resource allocations or actions to enhance progress on the SDGs. And in reality, just supplying evidence isn't really enough to change decisions. Governments weigh up evidence with, political realities, lobbies, invested interests, public support, fiscal capacity, and constraints. And while there's been this increase in transparency, there hasn't really been an increase in accountability. So the HLPF and national mechanisms, monitoring mechanisms, have really been unable to hold governments account for implementation of the SDGs or incentivized enough action. So with that said, I think, if we're looking ahead to the post-2030 agenda, it's important to reflect on a few things. In practice, reporting has focused on, more on the status of individual indicators with less attention to why progress has occurred, what the barriers are that remain or what should change. So the post-2030 challenge is not just about improving or simplifying the indicators. It's also closing this feedback loop between monitoring, accountability, and action. And better evidence is crucial, but it's insufficient. Governments also need the capacity and the incentives to act on it. So I just sort of had to think about this in the lead up to the workshop, that, if we're looking at some potential recommendations for the post-2030 agenda, we could think about shifting the emphasis from simply just reporting on progress to actually steering progress. And this would mean shifting from, looking at what happened to understanding why it happened and what needs to change, moving from indicator status, trends, and rankings to progress towards targets, milestones, and pathways. And moving from retrospective progress reporting to forward-looking scenarios, pathways, and interim milestones. Instead of showcasing policies and good practices, we can assess implementation, policy effectiveness, and their distributional impacts. Rather than just communicating evidence in reports for comparison, we can bring that evidence into debate in cabinets, in parliaments, in audit institutions and stakeholder accountability mechanisms. Instead of monitoring, being largely separate from fiscal decisions, we can feed these findings into budgets and public investment decisions, financing allocations. And finally, instead of voluntary sort of irregular reporting cycles, we can focus on learning and accountability to trigger the adaptation of strategies and policies and institutions and resources. It's not to say none of this is happening at the moment. It is, but it's not being done systematically. And I think these are some sort of recommendations that we could put forward to assist with implementation of any future post-2030 agenda. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Cameron, especially also for sharing this final table and these very clear thoughts about how to move from not only transparency, but actually strengthening the accountability. It's been said a number of times indeed that the VNRs are largely selfies, increased transparency, but not necessarily accountability. So thanks for sharing your views in this last table. And please stay with us because we want to have a conversation and a discussion at the end of the session also. Let me now invite our last speaker of this session to share with us his thoughts. This is Dr. Graham Long from Newcastle University, who will also share his thoughts on governing by goals, targets, and indicators to achieve global and local impact. Dr. Long, the floor is yours, and then please prepare your comments and questions.
So hi everyone, thank you for the invitation to speak. It's been a very interesting event. I'll try and be fairly brief. I was told that my slides would be shared by the Secretariat. Is that right, or should I run my slides?
Share it now.
So I should run my slides.
We'll share it now. Just give us 1 minute.
Okay. And I'm happy to do it. I've got it here. Okay, yeah, thanks. Okay, so first slide, please. I've got kind of two fundamental points to make. I guess one point which kind of follows on very closely from the presentation just now is about thinking or kind of conceptualizing the role of monitoring, and especially kind of this session on effective monitoring, in a broader account of how the SDGs are supposed to generate change. So as Professor Giovannini said earlier, the SDGs are meant to drive policy. And kind of reconstructing an account, a bit like Dr. Allen's account of kind of how the SDGs might drive policy, you can think about them being a non-binding kind of governance framework, which is kind of importantly universal, but also nationally owned, and there's a tension there to unpick, that comprises goals, targets, indicators, but also norms and institutions. And by norms, we mean some of the guiding principles like indivisibility, or the idea of sustainable development that the SDGs embody, or the principle of leaving no one behind and what that kind of means for the treatment of vulnerable and marginalized populations. And governance through goal setting, and this isn't my phrase, it's Frank Bierman's phrase, works through competition and reputational accountability, so kind of people knowing what other places are doing and then that driving change, or kind of people being able to spotlight what a country isn't doing. It works through learning, as people have mentioned. It works through partnership and collaboration. So partnership is also a norm, maybe a meta norm of the SDGs. And it works through kind of spreading these ideas. So spreading, for example, the idea of leaving no one behind, and that translating gradually into kind of practice where every country's VNR has a section on leave no one behind. And that wasn't the case, when the goals started. Next slide, please. So point one, I think it's important to reflect on the effectiveness of monitoring in terms of its contribution to that. I mean, I guess the importance of data more generally, and the importance of an indicator framework in terms of its contribution to that account of how the SDGs are supposed to drive change. So just to kind of offer a few reflections here, some of them very straightforward, some of them, I guess, can maybe introducing some new bits. So targets are benchmarks, and indicators allow for assessment of progress towards those benchmarks. And so it's kind of there's an element of mission-based governance here. Indicators allow for they enable, as other people have said, accountability. They don't constitute it, but they kind of allow for it, and they allow for learning as well. So having a monitoring system requires that somebody does some monitoring, and by creating a monitor, somebody with that role, you create an institutional home for caring about the SDGs in a national or international system, and that's an important contribution as well. And the kind of the flip side of that is that who is appointed to monitor what is an expression of how the SDGs are nationally owned. So how a country chooses to integrate it into the actions of its National Audit Office or into its parliamentary committee structure, is an expression of how the goals are nationally adopted and owned by countries. Monitoring can also embed norms. So I think kind of the way that disaggregation is tied to sort of a realization of the idea of leaving no one behind, the way that then features in the Beyond GDP report, for example, makes a very clear commitment to the importance of disaggregation, is a way in which kind of monitoring systems can sort of express what gets monitored and by who, also expresses this kind of question of the underpinning principles of the framework. So people have talked as well today about monitoring interlinkages better and that kind of thing. Also, in terms of partnerships, it's certainly clear that partnerships might be required for monitoring. And so people have mentioned citizen-generated data. Monitoring can also prompt partnerships. So knowing where the gaps are, knowing where performance is weakest, can kind of provide a sense of where partnerships ought to be generated. Next slide, please. So just in 2 slides, I wanted to reflect, I kind of pose a bit of a challenge, maybe a bit more directly for this event and for kind of the program of work, about what we conceptualize as being the change that we want or we expect from a simplified SDG indicator set. So I guess on the one hand, it might be intuitive to think that having a simplified set of indicators might make for easier monitoring, and it might promote integration into national processes and institutions. So the Beyond GDP report says very simply, I think at one point, that this is about lowering the barrier to implementation. And I think, Guillaume said something kind of earlier as well, that there's an expectation that this would fit into a policy cycle easier if it's to be implemented. And so there's a kind of a thought here with aid implementation. So certainly, and you kind of, so accountability is mentioned as well, like integration into policy cycles through a smaller set of indicators might allow for stronger formal accountability. It might allow for more ready comparability. It might allow for bodies within a country's policy cycle to take ownership of the SDGs to a greater extent and monitor those things, and then in a way that would influence policy. I think the challenge is, what about the SDG targets and norms that don't have indicators in a simplified set? And clearly, if you're simplifying a set of 169 targets and 230 odd indicators into 31 to 50 indicators, something's got to give. And I think the challenge really is about what gives, who decides, and what might be left behind in that move. So next slide, please. So final slide. Just to kind of point out a few potential ways in which this might impact the agenda. So it might change the balance between universal ownership, so universal applicability and national ownership. If you have a very small set of core indicators, you seem to invite much greater optionality, or the SDGs don't function in the same kind of way as a check and challenge framework, where if a country doesn't measure something that's in the SDGs, you ask them why they're not measuring it. Because there will be a smaller set to refer to, and more space in which countries are measuring extra things that they have kind of greater flexibility over. You might think that a shortened, more focused indicator set risks a truncated whole of society agenda. So just simply by reducing the number of things you monitor, you might find fewer points at which different organizations within societies, different civil society groups, firms can kind of find a connection to the agenda, and that might matter. It might also lead to a truncated leave no one behind agenda. So disaggregation is still kind of very much explicit, but of course, some of the targets and indicators are in the SDGs precisely to identify elements or ways or kind of spheres in which people are disadvantaged. So there's a target very directly on workplace injuries that calls out migrant groups as being particularly of interest when it comes to doing dangerous jobs and being injured in the workplace. And so it's not just about disaggregating the indicators you put in your central set, but also the indicators that were there for a leave no one behind purpose that you're no longer putting in that central set. This is an interesting question which came up in the context of Beyond GDP work, my final thought, about whether being a simplified set means more focus on high-level outcomes. This is a very definite choice, as Professor Giovannini says, in the kind of the context of Beyond GDP, to go with an outcome set of indicators. And that's an interesting question about whether that's kind of consonant with the SDGs approach. And Professor Giovannini was very clear that kind of the SDGs also require some inputs or enablers, or kind of the elements that would drive you along towards those outcomes. And I think if the choice is made to go for a more outcome set, because going for an outcome set means you somehow integrate this easier into policy cycles because the outcome indicators are brought in kind of more straightforwardly, you might achieve integration into a policy cycle. I think the question that this poses is what the cost might be for the agenda and for the agenda's model of change, whether that's a cost worth bearing. So just going to close with this challenge, which I think reflects hopefully a lot of what people have mentioned, but kind of to bring it all together. I guess the question is, so is it the case that somehow in going for a smaller, simplified set of indicators in some sort of way, that you can preserve the spirit of the SDGs, those kind of that broad range of targets, the ambition, the complexity, the commitment to leave no one behind, whole of society implementation, or is there, are we talking about a compromise in terms of the spirit? So if you monitor a simpler set, is the idea to somehow preserve all of that? And if so, that's a very high bar. Or instead is the idea somehow that kind of, in the push for implementation, that some of this has to give? And if so, what? Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Graham-Long, for the presentation and for sharing perhaps more questions than answers at the end in this last slide, but that's also part of what a kickoff workshop is about. Indeed, we wanted this to be comprehensive and to bring a lot of issues around the table, and it will be our job at JICA-ORI and SDSN to try to narrow this down over time. Let me now open it up for one last time for questions and comments for our panelists, or if, of course, our panelists have additional thoughts and comments as well, feel free to raise your hands. So I'm looking here around the room. Do we have anyone online? Jeremy, colleagues, any hand up? Any comments here from the room on the presentations that we just had? Perhaps on my side, perhaps specifically, I mean, I know Cameron and Marian, you've done a lot of work on the VNR and the HLPF process. And perhaps specifically on this issue of transparency not leading to accountability and the VNR being more selfie. Do you have some sort of practical thoughts? And maybe this is also something for David here, who was part of the negotiations at the time. I mean, of course they are government-led, they are voluntary, but how could we sort of, bring this to the extra step, an extra phase in terms of making this closer to an accountability mechanism? I know, for instance, the European Union, which was the first region to do an EU voluntary review, did involve, for instance, the European and Economic Social Committee, so a group of trade unions, business associations, to sort of provide a stakeholder assessment of the assessment led by the European Commission, for instance. So there's things like this. There's been some innovations here and there. So I'm just wondering, for those that have been thinking about this for a while, are there any practical and concrete thoughts about how we could strengthen this specific mechanism? And I see David Donoghue perhaps raising his hand. So perhaps David first, and then others also feel free to add your thoughts. Okay, well, you're on mute, David.
Okay, just very briefly. I mean, Mariana was quite right when she recalled the very tentative basis on which we agreed the follow-up and review. The very language itself shows that. But the interesting thing is that in the meantime, we could almost have dispensed with the word voluntary, because we have had, what at last count, about 100 countries sorry, I should have said about 190 countries have come not just once, but even twice or three times to give their VNR. So it means that I remember very clearly we had to use the word voluntary to reassure many countries in the global south that they were not going to be held to account by unfair northern standards. But as I say, 10 years later, it's actually, there's a far more relaxed atmosphere, with the notable exception of the US. So in a way, Mariana's absolutely right, but I feel that it's almost an accountability framework now, in the sense that countries have relaxed into it. You mentioned, Guillaume, the EU example from several years ago. That was a terrific initiative. Unfortunately, I doubt if we will be politically in a position to have a repeat of that for some time to come, because the EU itself, as you know, has fallen down in its commitment to the SDGs. But that was a very, very good example of an initiative taken by a group of countries, which brought in a whole range of stakeholders. And I mean, I see that in many as one of the high points of the last few years. In terms of what we would hope for to strengthen the let's call them the accountability arrangements, I do come back to the issue of creating more flexible and frankly more substantial arrangements for the HLPF, because I mean, I don't want to bang on about the same issue, but money is vital. The UN is broke. It needs to have donors. We leave the US to one side, but certainly other countries come to mind. Some of them are represented here. It needs to have donors who would be willing to inject more funding to allow the HLPF to function properly. That's to say, much more time available, much more regular time, and also the space to allow stakeholders to take part. So that's really one way of strengthening the framework. But another is that we recognize the synergies and trade-offs aspect much more. That's been well covered in today's discussion, but in many ways we still need to educate governments about the traps that they create for themselves, the contradictions. So that should be a feature of the HLPF each time. So it's kind of it's an awareness raising as much as accountability. I mean, it would be good to think that governments will come to New York to be exposed to in effect account for their performance in sometimes going the wrong route. So let's be perfectly honest. A government will go for the negative trade-off on occasion. So they need to be told by others that if you have gone off the straight and narrow for a year or two by taking one particular action, then you need to get yourselves back onto the straight and narrow within, in as short a space of time. I regard that as a key aspect of accountability. The peer pressure which is applied by other countries, in turn that means having much more generous arrangements made for the HLPF. Incidentally, Mariana has done great work on this over the years. All I'm trying to do is sort of pick a few more obvious points, but there's a lot of detail there which can usefully be put forward.
Thank you very much, David. Perhaps Cameron, I saw that you put something in the chat, so perhaps you want to share your thoughts on this.
Well, just very quickly, Guillaume, one proposal that has been put together on this is establishing a peer review mechanism where countries can review each other's performance and provide recommendations and recognize and reward top performers. So this could be built into the VNR process, and I think it is actually in other forums as well. I think the Human Rights Council may have something like this, but yeah, Marianne might know better than me. And I think also certain agencies also offer this, OECD, IEA, and things like that. They do these in-country reviews as well. So I think there could be a peer review type mechanism designed, which I think would incentivize more robust reviews and also peer exchange, and I think this recognition of top performers could be an additional sort of incentive.
Thank you very much, Cameron. And then Marianne, please.
Okay, thank you. Actually, since you asked for practical recommendations, I think a very practical thing would be to rework the Secretary General's guidelines for the VNRs. That could be a first step, asking member states to move away from isolated goal reporting or indicator reporting to really highlighting these systemic hurdles, and also presenting and discussing what could be impactful systemic solutions that they have tried to implement, that they have maybe evaluated, and they share these action-oriented lessons learned with other member states. And also the guidelines could ask member states more explicitly to integrate scientific evidence into their VNRs, work with the data. So this would transform the national reviews into more rigorous and evidence-informed processes. And then, of course, after the HLPF, after the VNRs have been presented, we need definitely more analysis and evaluations of the policy lessons in the VNRs and all the other reviews delivered at the HLPF, because, you know, the work starts with the end of the HLPF. For beyond 2030, we could think a bit bigger, how to get even more evidence-based policy evaluations based on stronger data with a focus on implementation actions, also maybe with reward and correction systems as incentives, so to better incentivize reporting, but the political feasibility of this is difficult. So I leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marianne. Any final thoughts, comments, and perhaps to Mr. Ghazbani? So we're having issues downloading the video, but what we can do perhaps is to share it after the meeting with the participants, if this works with you. If there's no further comments or questions, I guess we will close this last panel. So thank you very much to all of our speakers. I think we're well behind schedule. We've had a very long workshop, so I think we'll keep the wrap up fairly short. I'll give you the last word, Dr. Sato. Perhaps on my side, just to say that, well, first of all, to thank all of you for joining here in the room and also online today. This was, of course, again a kickoff workshop, and on purpose, we wanted to have a broad range of perspective and opinions to be represented today to discuss this topic of the post-2030 indicator and monitoring frameworks. So we've had a diversity of opinions from experts, academics, but also practitioners as well. But we also wanted to make sure, and that was important for us, this first workshop, to make sure that this is not an initiative that operates in isolation. So we wanted to involve experts that are involved in related initiative. This is why it was important to start also, of course, with representatives. And I have Marianne still on the screen of the GSDR process. So we had Phoebe and Marianne. We had also Enrico Giovannini from the Beyond GDP. We had Prajal here and Cameron that are leading important initiative also on the post-2030 agenda. Because of course, what we don't want to do is to duplicate what's being done out there and to complement or to connect also what we're doing in this group with the rest, with other initiatives that are happening in different parts of the world. So that's one thing that I wanted to share. In terms of the next steps, so I think, of course, what we'll try to do is to come up with a summary. It will not be an easy task because I think we've discussed a lot of issues and topics today, but we'll come up with a summary in the next couple of weeks. Give us perhaps a little bit of time to summarize all of these discussions. With your permission, we'll also circulate, of course, the slide. I think it was requested by Professor Giovannini and others. So we'll also circulate with participants the slides. On your side, please also, because I think there's a lot of papers, a lot of documents that have been mentioned today. So we would welcome also if all of you can also share with us, Andrew, Dr. Sato, and myself also, any specifically relevant documents or report that you think we should take into account moving forward. What we will try to do, and this is something at SDSN we've been doing throughout the years, is also, of course, at SDSN we have this global network of researchers and institutions mobilized on the SDGs that have quite often actually helped a number of countries with their VNR process, the data, and the monitoring. So eventually we will want to do a survey to gather, to collect empirical data for understanding better the priorities for the post-2030 agenda. So I think this is also part of the next step with JICA-ORI to design a survey, and we'll go beyond the SDSN network and to collect the views of a wide range of experts and practitioners involved in this. So that this will be part of the research methods for this initiative. It will be complemented by some analytical work that we will do. The idea over the next 2 years is also to have a number of more focused discussion on specific thematics, but also perhaps some regional discussions. We've only scratched the surface of the issues, for instance, in small island developing states. In the last panel, we had a number of European experts as well that shared some of the experience from in Europe and perhaps more broadly in high-income countries as well. So that is also part of what we will want to try to do also with our partners at JICA-ORI, is to identify perhaps some specific themes for future workshops. And I think we also welcome, of course, suggestions on your side, especially if you are organizing also conference or events on those issues. If we can join forces and also connect the dots here and perhaps organize specific workshops on the monitoring on specific issues and things that might be relevant for specific regions as well. And we welcome propositions on this. I think I will stop here and leave the last word to Dr. Sato, just to say in terms of overall timeline. So it's, of course, an important year for the UN. There will be a new UN Secretary General in a few weeks and months. And then we'll have this SDG Summit in 2027, which will kickstart the negotiations for the Post-2030 agenda. On purpose from the start with our partners at JICA-ORI, we designed this partnership around a 2 years collaboration. And so for us, the idea is that all of those, this survey, these discussions that will happen in the analytical work will feed eventually into a final report and sets of recommendations that will be addressed to the UN Secretary General. And just to give an overall overview of the timeline for this, we hope that the final report will be ready hopefully in the first half of 2028, and perhaps either it could be presented in the context of the HLPF in 2028 or the UN General Assembly on the sidelines of the UNGA in 2028. So that's for the overall timeline. Again, major thank you to all of you for joining us in person and also online. And I'll leave to Dr. Sato the last word for today. Thank you.
Thank you much. So in this workshop, we received very rich, extensive, and diverse inputs and suggestions. And we are going to integrate those inputs we received today in our research work in coming months and years. And I'd like to thank all the participants and presenters joining here in person and also virtually. And we'd like to have your inputs, further inputs and insights in the future in developing our suggestion and proposal for Post-2030 monitoring indicator framework. And I think this workshop today marks a very good start of our collaboration. And I echo Guillaume's point that we would like to further expand our collaboration with other initiatives, which is very important. And we are very much looking forward to the collaboration in coming months. And I'd like to thank the colleagues of SDSN and also Summer University for co-organizing this event. This is a wonderful workshop, a kickoff workshop. And thank you. Thank you for all participants and colleagues of SDSN and Summer University. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.